Do they announce it?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see that this can be emailed, and then whenever it's done. Thank you.
I think that's safe.
We are about to begin the school council session, so we ask the room to come to order at this time.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the March 2024 Speak to Council session. The meeting will come to order, and Deputy Clerk Bridget Birch-White will call the roll.
Councilmember Gruber? Here. Councilmember Lightfoot? Councilmember Lupian? Here. Councilmember Martin? Here. Councilmember Monroe? Here. Councilmember Patterson? Here. Councilmember Smith? Here. Vice President Harris? Here. President Melendez?
Here. To speak to council is a time for members of the public to comment on any and all matters relating to the city. Sign-ups for this session close at 4:30 p.m. this afternoon. The list of speakers can be found at the back of the room and in the hallway. Realize that we might be still printing copies of the speakers list. Speakers discussing legislation on this month's City Council agenda are placed on the A list. Speakers commenting on all other matters are placed on the B list. Under City Council rules, the Deputy Clerk will call city residents first, since this is the Rochester City Council, and we will first prioritize our citizens speaking to their elected representatives. As a reminder, the council is here to listen to all matters, and it is customary that we do not respond. So given the dynamic with so many speakers tonight, I just want to make a few additional comments. Certainly there's some things on the agenda that I believe many of our constituents and community members are very passionate about. It is my hope that we will get through every single speaker on the list and that we will be respectful of the diversity of voices of members of our community. With that, I would hope that there are no interruptions as any speaker, any constituent is at the podium. Please allow everyone to have their 2 minutes to speak to council. This body does want to hear every and all comment tonight. In addition to that, given the amount of individuals here tonight, we also ask that if you do speak and are willing to give up a seat or move to a different space, we do have speakers out in the hallway as well, so the atrium will be available to hear every comment. So if you are willing, after you speak, to leave chambers to allow someone else to sit or to wait, we would appreciate that as well. So we will now begin our Speak to Council session. All speakers will be given 2 minutes at the podium. We respectfully ask that each speaker offer council the same respect they would expect to receive in return. In doing so, please refrain from the use of profanity and other harmful language. Council members have contact information for all of tonight's speakers and may follow up on any concerns that pique their interest. Deputy City Clerk Bridget Birch-White will call each speaker to the podium. We ask that you respect the time of the person behind you and yield the podium at the end of your allotted 2 minutes. In addition, I just want to acknowledge one of my colleagues may be stepping away a little early. Vice President Harris, Vice President Harris's mother is in the hospital, so she may have to step away before visiting hours conclude. So please excuse her as she leaves. And with that, Deputy City Clerk Birch-White, the floor is yours.
Our first speaker is Frank Brunson from the Northwest District, to be followed by Beth Jorgensen and then Paul Lockett. Frank Brunson here. Beth. Beth Jorgensen.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, my name is Beth Jorgensen. Is this turned on?
Excuse me, turn back on.
There should be a red button on here.
Okay, great.
You're all set.
Thank you. My name is Beth Jorgensen, as you said.
Speak a little bit louder in there for me.
All right.
Testing. Okay, a little bit louder.
Speak at the same. Okay, good. I still have my 2 minutes. My name is Beth Jorgensen. I'm a city resident. And all right. I have to, like this? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So, I'm a city resident and one of the 160 weekly volunteers at Rochester Animal Services who put in an average of 45 to 50 hours each day at the shelter, all told. An additional 200 people volunteer for special projects over the course of a year. I walk dogs twice a week, and I have fostered 44 cats for the shelter to date. I know the shelter and its staff well. I'm an animal lover, as you can probably imagine, and I started volunteering primarily to meet the needs of shelter animals for care and affection. I've also come to understand how essential the work of RAS is to the well-being of our human community, and how great the need is for additional resources to support the shelter's work. Tonight, Paul Watkins and I, another volunteer, would like to speak to the ways in which RAS serves the human residents of Rochester and supports the goals and principles of the Rochester 2034 plan, adopted by City Council in 2019. The 15-year comprehensive plan is, quote, fundamentally a means to promote and protect the general health, safety, and well-being of the people in the community, end quote. Under the principle of healthy living, it states the goal of being, quote, a city where all residents, regardless of age, income, and ability, live active lives in a healthy environment. While providing loving care for the thousands of dogs and cats and the occasional rooster, guinea pig, turtle, or iguana who come to the shelter each year, RAS contributes every day to the Rochester 2034 goals of promoting the general health, safety, welfare, and active lives of our human community. First, animal services officers address public safety and quality of life issues by responding to calls about loose animals and bite incidents, nuisance barking, and abandoned animals left behind when people move. Second, with regard to healthy living, the work of RAS contributes to the physical and emotional health of city residents. Paul Watkins will take, yes, Paul Watkins will take up this topic.
Paul Watkins is from the East District, followed by Ray Bradley.
Anytime? Yep. My name is Paul Watkins. I'm also a volunteer at RAS. I do the kennel cleaning twice a week, one of the many services that volunteers do. Extensive research and studies have shown the positive impact that pets have on the physical and mental well-being of their guardians. That pets provide companionship, emotional support, a sense of purpose, and a reason to exercise, engage, and play. They help relieve stress, anxiety, and blood pressure, and many other things. Caring for a pet, though, requires time and financial resources, and as this council is aware, financial resources are stretched thin for many of the residents of Rochester. Rochester Animal Services is committed to making pet ownership possible for anyone who can provide a loving home to an animal through a number of programs that offer financial support. We can describe these programs in more detail and later speak to councils, but they do include a community pet food pantry, which provides food 2 days a week to pet owners. There's free vaccine clinics for dogs. There's a Pets for Life program that provides spay, neuter surgeries, vaccinations, supplies, and veterinarian care at no cost for qualifying residents. RAS also provides end-of-life services for pets with medical or age issues, assuring the family that their animal companion will be treated with loving care in its final days. In conclusion, along with all the hundreds of volunteers who have given 17,533 hours of time in 2023, we believe in the importance of RAS in its mission of serving Rochester's animals and people, and look forward to City Council's continuing support. Thank you for your time.
Ray Bradley. Ray Bradley is from the South District and will be followed by Linda Smith. Ray Bradley.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, for listening to the city residents. I'm here about the reassessments that's totally inflated. I own a home on Troop Street. I'm estimated at $337,000 from 78. That's ridiculous. I could have bought a house on Canisius Lake before the pandemic at that price. I don't know what you people are thinking. And I would like to know why no mayor that the city residents elected doesn't come and listen to how we feel. I think this should be changed. And why? No elected official has said anything about this ridiculous tax assessment publicly. Councilman Mr. Patterson, in the beginning you were all against it. Now you jump ship. And Councilwoman Harris, you haven't voted for the pause assessment also. And you too, Mr. Miguel. The mayor is elected as well as the council. You're not doing what's right by the city residents. Election time is coming up again, and we won't be voting for none of you that didn't push for a pause. People of Rochester, do your homework on these candidates before you cast your next ballot.
Linda Smith. Right here. From the Northwest District, followed by Tiara Grayson.
Good afternoon or evening. I'm paraphrasing President Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, which signifies that democracy is a rule of the people, for the people, and by the people, implying that democracy is a form of government in which the citizens of the country, state, county, city elect leaders to administrate their elected positions, and that elected work is for the welfare of the people. City council members, as elected officials, are requested to place a pause on the reassessment actions for at least 2 years until we, the people, your constituents, and voting bloc have had an opportunity to have our collective voices heard. Again, I restate President Lincoln's exact words, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Thank you to the council persons aligning with us. We are hopeful that our voices tonight and in the future will convince your colleagues to do likewise. Please sign the pause petition.
Tiara Grayson here. Kate Kennedy from the Northwest District, followed by LaSharn Wright.
Good evening, council members. This isn't my first time at this podium, and I struggled with how to approach my time tonight. Good evening, council members. This is not my first time at this podium, and I struggled with how to approach my time tonight. Knowing how many important issues are being presented by concerned citizens this evening, and having spoken recently with my district's representative about the Business Improvement District proposal that has been before City Council. 2 minutes isn't enough time to elaborate on all the aspects of the bid that have been proven to be ineffective and inequitable, both in practice in other cities and as evidenced by statements from bid backers. To begin with, I'm troubled by the lack of objective goals for the bid proposal, its large footprint across multiple neighborhoods in our city, and its use of meaningless corporate buzzwords of revitalization and vitality. Rochester is a city that's already full of life. In downtown proper and all the other neighborhoods, you can ask any of the small business owners in your constituencies. Developers behind the project have repeatedly said that the bid will be good for small business, but at least 30 of these businesses have signed the open letter opposing the bid, which was read into the official record earlier this year. This doesn't include the number of citizens who have spoken out individually or the business owners and nonprofits that fear retaliation or loss of support. Reinvestment in our community should not and does not need to come at the cost of our most marginalized residents, our small business community, and the city's taxpayers and citizens. Rather than providing tax breaks to large developers, local or otherwise, and increasing costs for living downtown or operating a business here, the City Council can choose to direct our tax dollars to more effectively supporting local existing small businesses, improving our failing infrastructure, and reinvesting in communities around downtown that have historically been targets for redlining and disinvestment. The bid, if approved, will exacerbate issues already plaguing our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
LaShawn Wright. From the Northeast District, to be followed by Clay Harris.
Good evening, everyone. I will start by saying Rochester is one of the poorest cities in the United States. Most of the kids that live below the poverty line.
Microphone up again, so we can hear you, sorry. Can we start the time over, please? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I will start out by saying Rochester is one of the poorest cities in the United States. Most of our kids live below the poverty line, and yet the poorest zip codes in their neighborhoods' property taxes have doubled or tripled in the new assessment for 24-25. Based on our new assessment, by far market value, cities that are thriving and incomes are much higher. I wish we got a fair market raise to go along with the fair market assessment. No consideration for the poor and underprivileged. Most of them are having a hard time paying their rent and mortgage and buying food. What are they supposed to do? Do you care? Our mayor and at least 5 of our elected officials have decided to remain silent and do nothing to stop this insanity. They don't care how we feel. I was told if you work for the city, which includes our city council, will get a discount on their taxes. And even though our taxes will go up, theirs will stay the same or go down. I would like to know how many of the council we elected to protect us and stand by us in a crisis are electing to ignore the plea for help. By showing our hands, let us see who is for the assessment and who's against it. Be proud of your choice. Show us out here in the public so we will know who to vote for next time. Someone that cares for the people and not take food and housing out of the mouths of the poor. Don't let us become the next Gary, Indiana. In the 60s, their population was 178,320. Thank you.
Clay Harris here. Clay Harris from the South District and will be followed by Amy Hamilton.
Good evening. Where you going, Michael? That's what I thought. He's running. Anyways, I am a supporter of Israel, and I have been since I was born. I will continue to be. But there's been so much death and destruction and suffering that I am calling for a ceasefire. Secondly, I just want to say this. The reassessment that the city is perpetrating on its citizens is unfair, unjust, and the city council need to do something about it and stand for the people. So what I would say is whatever city council people that are for the people, stand up, will you, and be shown that you're for the people. Now, I need to get my time because, listen, what is it about the people? Is this about the people? Is it about the people? Shame shame on the city council member that are not for the people. Shame. Shame. Furthermore, it's about the power for the people. Can you say power for the people? Power for the people. The bidding, the vacancy study, the reassessment, and stop killing on both sides, and we must have a ceasefire. Power for the people. Power for the people. Power for the people.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we understand the amount of passion in the room tonight, but I want to make sure that we are able to hear all speakers, please. So, Ms. Hampton.
Yes, I'm here to co-sign with the assessment to have it pause. So we're asking every one of you to please pause, because we have so many people in our city that has hardly any money, rent. They can't make their rent. People coming in buying homes for all this extra money, making it look like we have a lot of money here, in which we don't have the money. It's the people that coming in from out of state that have the money, and it making us look like we have money. The city make the city look like they have money, but the people is not going to be the ones who have the money. So that's just going to force them out and make poverty worse, make crime worse, homelessness. So I'm here to ask ceasefire for Israel, and peace, pause for bring them home, and just pause and just, power to the people. We need y'all to stand up for the citizen of Rochester. Power to the people. And with the House of this and everybody, it's like all together. We want to get together and just make sure everyone is living good. Not just the people with money. I mean, people are buying homes, and now because they're coming into Rochester buying these homes, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 plus over what's asked. So now it's making us, without a little bit of money, look like, oh, we need to have more money, but where are we going to get it from? So could y'all please pause it? That's all we asking. Pause, please pause. And ceasefire.
Greg Levins Higgins from the Northwest District, followed by Jack Motley.
You've heard the numbers, you've seen the pictures and videos. What more needs to be said? Passing a ceasefire resolution isn't even a bold stance, it's just the correct one. Let's join South Tucson, Arizona, and California, Cata, Brentwood, Cotati, Cudahy, Davis, Folsom, Fort Bragg, Hollister, Laguna Beach, Lemon Grove, Long Beach, Madura, Montebello, Oakland, Ojai, Pomona, Richmond, San Francisco, Santa Ana, and the Yurok Tribe, Glenwood Springs, Colorado, Bridgeport, and Windsor, Connecticut, Wilmington, Delaware, St. Petersburg, Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, Bolingbrook, Chicago, and DuPage Township, Illinois, Coralville, Iowa, Iowa City, Lawrence, Kansas, Belfast, and Portland, Maine. In Massachusetts, Amherst, Cambridge, Medford, Northampton, Somerville. In Michigan, Ann Arbor, Canton, Dearborn Heights, Detroit, Ferndale, Hamtramck, Kalamazoo, Lansing, Warren, Washington County, Wayne County, Aplinski. In Minnesota, Columbia Heights, Hastings. Minneapolis, where they overrode the mayor's veto. Moorhead, Red Lake Band of Chippewa Indians. St. Paul, St. Louis, Missouri. Durham, New Hampshire. Halden, Patterson, Prospect Park, and Union City, New Jersey, Taos, New Mexico, Albany, Beacon, Hudson, Ithaca, New York, Carrboro, Durham, Greensboro, North Carolina. In Ohio, Akron, Athens, Dayton, Toledo, Yellow Springs. In Oregon, Eugene, Klamath Tribe, Multnomah County, Talent, Erie, State College, Pennsylvania, Providence, Rhode Island, Ochetti, Succo, and Treaty Council for the Great Sioux Nation in South Dakota. In Vermont, Bradford, Dummerston, Marshfield, Newfane, Putney, Richmond, Sharon, Shelburne, Thetford, West Windsor, and Woodbury, Harrisonburg, Virginia. In Washington, Bellingham, Jefferson County, Langley, Olympia, Port Townsend, San Juan County, and Seattle, Dane County, and Madison, Wisconsin passed the resolution, ceasefire now.
Good evening. I'm Jack Motley, a resident of Rochester for over 35 years, and I am speaking in favor of MR 1024, which expresses the will of the people of Rochester through its elected officials for an end to military aid to the state of Israel. The entire disproportionate response by the Israeli state against the people who were already living under siege in Gaza is indefensible. It violates our provisions of international law, and contrary to our own laws and principles, the U.S. federal government is underwriting it to the tune of billions of our tax dollars. It is our patriotic duty to express our displeasure with these decisions being made within our federal government's highest offices, and at least try to stop the death toll from rising even more. If those officials choose to ignore us, then they must be held accountable, though that can only occur later at the ballot box. I call upon you, our closest and most directly accountable elected officials, to express the will of the people of Rochester to those higher up in the chain who do not listen to individuals. This resolution costs the city nothing. It does not commit a dollar of our money. It indeed asks to reserve our federal tax payments for peaceful uses rather than violent ones. It only calls upon our government to act morally rather than vindictively, to act for all of humanity rather than a spiteful few. I call for the adoption of MR 1024. Thank you.
Sarah Tigers. Christopher Compton. Christopher Compton from the East District, and he'll be followed by Justin Riley.
So before we proceed, we have a lot of chatter in the hallway, it feels, that is echoing in chambers. So if folks who can hear us in the hallway, if we turn it down just a little bit so we can hear in chambers, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Turn up the speakers. You can't hear in the hallway.
Chief of Staff, there's difficulty hearing in the hallway. If we can look into the speaker situation. Thank you.
Should I proceed? Hi, my name is Chris Compton. I'm here to speak in favor of a ceasefire resolution. Thanks. You've probably heard the saying that goes, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. And I think that's kind of true. But I also think this is true. In order for evil to triumph, a lot of people have to do a lot of work. Making war is hard to do. It takes massive amounts of organization, funding, and political support, or it doesn't happen. I'm not here today to ask, yes, can I please have my time? I'm not here today to ask any of you to intervene in Gaza, to resolve the question of Palestinian statehood, or to fix the political problems of Israel.
His time is over.
Well, you all have been interrupting me, so they're giving me a little more time, I think. Well, what?
Sir, give me a moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like every speaker to have the opportunity on every side of an argument to be given the opportunity to please speak. So if we could, we did start a little bit. We'll let, at the 1:30 mark, if you can continue, please.
Thank you, that's fair. So once again, I'm not here to ask any of you to intervene in Gaza, to resolve the question of Palestinian statehood, or to fix the political problems of Israel. I'm just asking you to throw up your hands and declare with me, I'm not going to help Israel continue this killing. At this point, we all have to admit what's happening in Gaza. For months, we've seen the unrelenting bombing of civilian areas, including schools, hospitals, refugee camps, the trapping of families with promises of food and safety, and then opening fire on them, the systematic assassination of journalists and their families, the widespread torture of captives, including workers for the United Nations. I don't think there's room for reasonable people to disagree on this. The government of Israel is trying to clear Gaza of human life. I don't do much. There are a lot of activist types here tonight, and I'm so grateful for people like them. But for me, I mostly just try to be a decent parent and husband. I work for Instacart. I play video games. But on this occasion, I am doing the bare minimum. For one, I'm refusing to give my vote to anyone in any office who hasn't taken a strong and clear position on this killing. I've been emailing my federal representatives, which I never do, and I'm showing up here. Not to ask you even to do any of these small things, but only to join me in declaring that we won't support this killing, and we won't do work to help it continue. Thank you so much.
Is this working? Can you, I mean, I suppose it is. It amplifies my voice while I'm up here, and it makes it louder. So I know theoretically you can hear me, but it's hard to tell sometimes if you're listening, because if for some reason some formality restricts you from responding in the moment, so we can't always tell. And with all due respect, too often the majority of you have not acted or voted in alignment with what the people are saying from this microphone over and over. We need you to pay attention to the people of Rochester, not the gentrifiers that are driving the mayor's agenda, but the people who live here now. We have a right to survive and thrive in our homes and to not be displaced, and so do the people of Palestine. Our freedom is bound together. That's why we are all here in unison, to stop the bid, to pause the assessments, to fund the vacancy study, and to say ceasefire now, loud and clear. Council, show us that you've heard us. Come together. Stand with us by standing up for us and the future that we deserve together. Thank you.
Maggie Kane, Voices of Verona Street, trying to make changes at Rochester Animal Shelter. Voices celebrates the resignation of shelter director Chris Fitzgerald, who literally left the shelter in shambles. The May 2023 study evaluation shows that there's rusted fire extinguishers, non-working carbon monoxide detectors, substandard surveillance equipment, nowhere for the clinic to have a sanitized area for surgery, power strips being used in the clinic, not enough kennels. With the passing of the Companion Animal Care Standards Act, which goes into effect in 2025, you don't have time to do another study. The city has been talking about a new shelter since at least 2011 when I volunteered there. Now, with new regs in place under a time crunch, Voiceless, the community, particularly our vulnerable animal population, want you to figure it out soon. The time is now to make our most neglected shelter a place to be proud of. Thank you.
Michael Lord. Michael Lord is from the East District. Is Michael Lord here? Karen Calamita. Karen Calamita is from the East District and will be followed by Saran Cole Jameson.
Honorable Council members, today is the 4th night of Ramadan, the holiest of months for our Muslim brothers and sisters. But tonight in Gaza, instead of celebrating the breaking of the fast with friends and family, Palestinians are wondering if they're going to wake up to see another day, and if they do, what horrors they will arise to. Since October 7th, at least 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, over 78,000 have been injured, and tens of thousands are still unaccounted for, buried under the rubble of destroyed buildings. The miscarriage rate in Gaza has jumped by 300%. Women are being forced to give birth in conditions where using the word deplorable is not a strong enough adjective. Children are being starved to death. Fathers are being killed by the IOF while trying to get any food they can for their families. Israel is intentionally refusing to allow aid trucks to come in. The IOF is testing new military technology on Palestinians, will then be later sold to other countries. I could continue to go on and on with the statistics of all the unimaginable horrors that Palestinians are enduring and have been enduring long before October 7th, 2023. But you all know this already, or at least I would hope you do. All of this death and destruction has been funded by us. You, me, everybody here, the American taxpayer, and approved by those we have voted for to represent us. Between 1951, ceasefire now, free Palestine, end the occupation!
Sharon.
Sharon.
I'm sorry, they left me out. Sharon Cole Jameson will be followed by Nate Baldo.
I'm here for the reassessment. We have taxes, we have shortages, we have insurance, and now we have the reassessment that's going up. And we're senior citizens. A lot of senior citizens will be here, but they probably can't get out to come. And nobody's looking at the senior citizens that are not here, or the handicapped people that are not here, that would be here. And all we're asking y'all to do is just pause, think about it. We thank you for going down, but it's not enough. Thank you.
Nate Baldo from the East District, and will be followed by Brent Liberati.
Good evening. My name is Nate Baldo. I'm speaking on behalf of the National Lawyers Guild of Rochester. The Guild is the nation's oldest and largest progressive bar association. NLG Rochester urges City Council to pass the Gaza ceasefire resolution. As noted in the resolution, over 30,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. According to the United Nations, 1.9 million people, approximately 80% of the population in Gaza, have been displaced. Over 576,000 Palestinians in Gaza are on the brink of famine. Humanitarian aid truck deliveries have plummeted from 500 per day before Israel's genocide to 64 per day as of February 22nd. All the while, Israel threatens to expand its deadly invasion into the southern city of Rafah, where 600,000 children are trapped with nowhere to go. In Rochester and across the United States, Families are struggling to afford basic necessities, including housing, nutrition, and health care. It is unconscionable that we funnel $3.8 billion, over 5 times the annual city budget, to the State of Israel, enabling its ongoing atrocities in Gaza. The U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Human Rights notes that this $3.8 billion could instead fund public housing for an additional 451,000 households, or provide free or low-cost health care to an additional 1.3 million children, or ensure solar-powered electricity for over 10 million households. We recognize the intersections articulated by so many frontline anti-racist activists between the struggle against colonialism and state-sanctioned violence towards Black and brown communities here in the United States, and the movements for Palestinian liberation. We are committed to nothing less than collective liberation of all oppressed peoples. In keeping with these principles, NLG Rochester urges this body to pass this resolution and join the growing call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Thank you.
Learn the facts, study history. Woo! Thank you.
Please remember when you're up here to speak directly into the microphone.
Hello, City Council members. I'm going to lift this up a little bit. Hello, City Council members.
Pause and start over the time. And ladies and gentlemen, if we can please, in the hallway, if you're speaking in the hallway and can hear us, lower your voices just so we can hear the chambers. Thank you so much.
Hello, City Council members. I'd like to start by thanking Councilmember Martin for putting forward the ceasefire resolution. I'm calling on all of you to support this. It would be great to see this passed unanimously next Tuesday. The City of Rochester passing a ceasefire resolution may not be the last straw that stops the Israeli assault on Palestinians, but it is crucial that Rochester joins the chorus of voices telling Governor Hochul and President Biden that they are both out of step with their voters and that Rochester does not stand for genocide. Other people have made the case better than I can over the past 2 months and today, and I don't think I can add anything more than that the people of the city who elected you are demanding this resolution to be passed. In addition to the ceasefire resolution, I'm calling on you to stop the Business Improvement District, put pressure on county legislature to pass the feasibility study for buying out RG&E, passing a vacancy study, and just as I'm asking you to join the City of Chicago in passing a ceasefire resolution, I'm asking you to join the City of Chicago in ending our contract with Sound Thinking, formerly known as ShotSpotter. A recent Wired article revealed that these surveillance devices are exclusively in Rochester's Black and Latino neighborhoods, with not a single one in the wider southeast district of our city. A 2021 study showed that upwards of 89% of ShotSpotter alerts don't lead to evidence of a gun-related crime, but they do lead to increased police presence and interaction with neighborhood with ShotSpotter's devices. To summarize, end the contract with ShotSpotter, pressure County Ledge to pass a feasibility study, start a new vacancy study, stop the bid, ceasefire now, free Palestine.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah, I'm Lisa. Is he here? Okay, we're gonna let you go, and if he's here, we'll go next. Okay. So Lisa.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Lisa Coleman, and I'm a tenant in the Southwest with the Citywide Tenant Union of Rochester. I'm here again this month because everyone deserves safe, stable, and affordable housing from Rochester to Palestine. Pass the memorializing resolution for a ceasefire today. Say no to the bid and pause the reassessments. Thank you all for moving the process to get rent stabilization in Rochester started forward. We know that we have the votes to pass the vacancy study as the first step. I hope to see the introduction of legislation on referral day, March 26th, that is passed at the April 24th council meetings to authorize the funds to conduct a vacancy study in a timely manner. We sat with many of you and have talked about the benefits that this would bring to our community. And I know some folks still had some questions about the number of people that this would impact. This policy will affect 25,000 to 30,000 tenants in the city of Rochester. That's more than the number of Section 8 vouchers we have, larger than all of the low-income housing tax credit developments, and larger than the number of public housing units in the city. This would be the city's largest housing program if passed by our city council. The census data tells us there is a 3.9 vacancy rate, and we are confident that the vacancy rate through the study will come back because it has a more rigorous methodology than because of what was passed by the state. We need to conduct this study in a rapid manner because other cities have shown that when landlords know too far in advance that some will pre-hike their rents to avoid the stabilizing effects of this bill. Please start the vacancy study as soon as possible, say no to the business improvement district, pause the reassessments, and demand peace and justice through the memorializing resolution that over 100 cities have passed, calling for a ceasefire now.
Zanetta Green. Sabit Hasni. To be followed by Jackie McLean.
Before I start, can you guys hear me? I want to make sure, just a second, let me just give you a preface. I'm going to be recording you guys the way some of you have been recording us, just to make sure that I have the faces of the people who may choose to refuse to sign off on a ceasefire resolution on this phone later, so that I have, proof that there are people who believe that it is okay for innocent civilians to be killed. But to start off, I will posit all of you members of this city council some questions, right? Do you think it is okay to drive a literal tank over a pregnant woman and force her fetus out? Is it wrong to starve children? Is it wrong to murder children? Is it wrong to force women to use pieces of tents, literally tents, as pads? Because you are blockading every single aspect of aid that can get into Gaza. Or is it perhaps wrong to kill over 30,000 innocent civilians, of whom 12,300 are kids, an additional 8,000 kids missing under the rubble? Where are they? No one knows. Why? Because the bombs don't stop. So my question to you is, are you guys going to do something about it? Are you guys going to be the city of Frederick Douglass, a sanctuary city, a city that stands against injustice, a city that stood against apartheid South Africa, a city that voted to not fund organizations in Rochester that were still doing business with apartheid South Africa? So my question to you is, why won't you sign a goddamn ceasefire resolution? Before I end, as of March 14th, I can't speak during that.
We are going to allow another 15 seconds or so in addition to when the time runs out. So we can allow the gentleman to please conclude his remarks. And everyone please maintain order in the room. We want to hear from all voices, as we've said multiple times tonight. Please allow everyone to deliver their remarks. Thank you.
Good to go? All right. As of March 14th, today, 8 a.m., 31,341 innocent killed, 12,300 kids, an additional 8,000 missing, 430 killed in the West Bank, 4,650 taken from the West Bank, 80% of the houses destroyed, 2% of the entire population dead. More bombing than Nazi Germany had to face at the hands of American allies. Over 400,000 houses destroyed. Does that not call for a ceasefire? And on that end, ceasefire now!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before the next speaker, please, we again would like to hear from everyone in the room. Thank you.
My name is Jackie McLean. Dear esteemed members of the City Council, is that better? Dear esteemed members of the City Council, I stand before you today to address the pressing issue affecting countless homeowners and landlords in the community, the lack of transparency in property assessment process. In the recent years, we witnessed a surge in property value, driven in part to an unprecedented challenge brought on by the pandemic. Many individuals were forced to pay exorbitant prices for their homes, as well as outside investors found this to be a prime opportunity to manipulate the market. Only now for us to see inflated values reflected in the community property reassessment notices. This fundamentally is unfair, especially at a time when the cost of essential goods and services are soaring. I urge the Council to provide clarity on the formulas used to calculate the property assessment, the reassessment, ensuring transparency and accountability at this crucial process. How homeowners deserve to understand how their tax bills are going to be determined, and any changes will impact our financial well-being. Furthermore, I want to bring attention to a troubling experience faced by landlords such as myself in dealing with city inspectors. In particular, I had a regretful encounter with the city inspector, Allison Wilson, who conducted a comprehensive inspection without prior notice, leading to an unnecessary expenses to verify compliances by forcing me to hire outside agencies. This is not only adding to the financial strain, but it also undermines the trust in the city's regulatory processes and procedures. Moreover, during the pandemic, landlords had to shoulder immense financial burdens from tenants protected from eviction, and tenants were provided monetary relief, while property owners were left to bear the brunt of unpaid rent. I personally lost well over $30,000 in the meantime. Thank you for your positive reassessment.
Kim Nelson here.
Out of order?
No, her name was wrong on the list, so we corrected it and called her back.
Okay. I would like to say I pause the assessment, no to the bid, fund the vacancy study, and I am here tonight to ask the City Council to immediately pass the ceasefire resolution. I understand there has been some back and forth regarding language, and that some edits have been made to the resolution to be palatable to all council members. I call your attention now to the fact that according to the United Nations, more children have been killed in Gaza in between October 2023 to February 2024 in 4 months than in conflicts throughout the entire world in the last 4 years. That number, the total children killed in those 4 months in Gaza, is 12,300. That number can't include the number of children who died slowly, trapped beneath the rubble, as there is no way to know exactly how many children faced that fate. These numbers, this rate of children killed in Gaza qualifies as a 5-alarm fire. It's a true emergency, a moment of truth, that requires moral clarity as a call to action. And yet, though we've been watching this genocide every day, watching it reach ever new levels of depravity, our own local city council, who has had a written ceasefire resolution in its hands for months, hasn't yet passed it. Where is your urgency? More children have been killed in Gaza in 4 months than in conflicts throughout the world in the last 4 years. Says who? The people of Rochester require your moral clarity. Pass the ceasefire resolution. Pass the ceasefire resolution.
Dylan Dostovic here. Dylan Dostovic. Tracy, there you go. Followed by Tracy Adams.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Dylan, and I am a resident here in the 14607 area of Rochester. Today marks the 160th day of the heightening of the siege taking place in Gaza, and the 27,697th day of the illegal occupation of Palestinian territory. I, along with my fellow community members, are here to demand that the ceasefire resolution be passed. Our city needs to do the right thing by siding with the oppressed victims of apartheid rather than the oppressor, as was done by our city in the past. This would show that our city continues its historically steadfast stance with a world of good-hearted people who simply wish to live in an existence free of oppression, free of apartheid, and overall injustice. May I remind all of you that you work for us, and that our city officials not taking an adverse stance on Israel's war crimes means that you are all complicit in the slaughter of innocent men, women, and children. These are morally depraved Zionist values which do not represent us, to say the least. We, the people, do not consent to our taxpayer dollars being sent overseas to commit genocide. Also, let me extend my support to the folks with the No Bid movement as well. I am with you all the way. Thank you for your time.
Is Tracy Adams here? Tracy Adams. Michael Schnigman in the East District.
I'm here to address Council Members Stanley Martin's proposed resolution regarding the war in Gaza. I have been a resident of the City of Rochester since 1971. Both of our sons attended Rochester City Schools. When there is a homicide in the city or county, I attend a vigil to honor those who have been killed and pray for their families and for the perpetrators. In the 1980s, we, along with other members of the Rochester faith community, were active in the sanctuary movement. I just came back from a 10-day visit to Israel. While there, I witnessed firsthand the results of the October 7th attack at both the music festival and a kibbutz, whose members, including women and children, were murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists. The terrorists who perpetrated these atrocities had no agenda other than to kill Jews and civilians. Your resolution claims that Israel has a system of, quote, legalized racial segregation that promotes violence against and suffering of the Palestinian people. Your resolution plays into the hands of Hamas and their supporters like Iran. We visited Hadassah Hospital in Jerusalem, where the doctor in charge of occupational therapy was an Israeli Arab. The patients who were treated at the hospital were Christians, Jews, and Muslims, and no one asked what their beliefs were. This resolution is very hurtful to me. It doesn't help move the process forward. It emphasizes the actions of Israel while ignoring the atrocities of Hamas against not only the Israeli civilians, but the people of Gaza.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Again, we want to hear from every constituent that's here tonight. And, you know, we certainly understand the passion in the room. Please allow every speaker to speak uninterrupted on every side of every issue. And we hope that we will allow every speaker to speak. Thank you.
Suzanne Schnittman, East District.
My name is Suzanne Schnittman. I have been a city resident for 55 years. I think I might have taught some of you in city schools. I'm a Catholic woman who supports Israel because Israel supports justice and democracy.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pause. Excuse me. Can we please have some order and allow everyone to speak?
You said you're going to pause.
Yes, we are going to keep it paused for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow everyone to speak. And I understand there's a lot of passion in the room. I've said it many times tonight, but please allow everyone to speak. Thank you.
I am going to use my time by asking everyone who opposes an immediate ceasefire to peacefully and quietly stand so your bodies tell this council how we feel.
Bring them home! Bring them home! Bring them home! Free Palestine from Hamas!
Okay, our next speaker, are you done, ma'am? Were you done?
No justice, no peace!
Yeah, what you want to do, buddy? Sit down.
Dan Smith, is Dan Smith here? Dan Smith.
How about everybody show everyone else some respect? Can we do that? You're fighting for each other's whatever, but no one's showing anyone any respect.
All right, we are going to take a brief recess, about 5 minutes.
Good Lord, I don't want to be here all night.
Brief recess, and we'll return in a moment.
And that's a wonderful thing to be respectful at the same time. Our people have been dying. Everyone's dying.
I know that. Yep. Don't forget your fingernail file.
But I see in these conditions, it was a good idea. I'm talking.
Ready?
Pardon me?
Take your seats.
So we do need to also in the back there, we are not maintaining any way for anyone to get out. There's no aisle back there at all.
I wish people would leave. Yeah, no, man. Yeah, make sure we keep an aisle. I know it's gonna be tough.
Try so they keep pushing in.
They keep pushing out.
I have it open.
I wish we could have put something.
All right, my friend.
Is there any way to get any fresh air in here? Like, do any of these windows open? Because I think that's really affecting people's heads.
Have them call HVAC to turn the heat down. They can do it. They can do it
Because if they can get some air circulating, I think that'll help some.
I wanted to keep those doors open, but the sound kept coming in.
Yeah, it's just I think there's so many people in here breathing.
Yeah.
The CO2 is like up through.
Okay, good, good. Yeah, call HVAC. Tell them we need to ventilate council chambers. Yeah.
They might want to know.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats at this time. Please take your seats so we can resume our meeting. Please take your seats at this time so we can resume our meeting. We'd like to have the room come to order, please.
There are seats, see right there, those two chairs, I believe.
I thought you were behind me, man. Please take your seats so we can resume the meeting, please. We'd like to have the room come to order, please. Can we have the room come to order, please? May we have the room come to order, please? There are some available seats up front. Let us please come to order. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, before we proceed back, thank you all for your patience. Please, we would like to, again, I'm going to reiterate this. I would like everyone to be able to have a chance to speak tonight. I would ask that everyone is respectful on every side of an issue. If you could please refrain from commenting when someone's at the podium, that would be helpful so that we don't have to pause the time and that we can make sure that every voice in the room is heard. I would appreciate it if you could do that. Thank you.
James Thompson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Council.
One moment, ladies and gentlemen, please, can we get quiet in the room for a moment, please? And we'll start the time over. Thank you.
I deeply appreciate your considering the resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza and the cessation of U.S. military aid to Israel. It's far beyond time for this. We should also press for a release of all hostages and political prisoners from both sides. This war takes over $3.4 million of local taxpayer money, but no less important is the effect on our morale. Our dollars are participating, with our dollars, we're participating in something that we'll be deeply ashamed of in the future. This war has caused destruction on earth, people, buildings, culture, on a level rarely seen. There could be no satisfactory end to it. In Gaza, over 70,000 housing units have been destroyed, 60% of all structures. North Gaza, 84%. This is called domicide. It may formally become a human rights violation. Much of Gaza is uninhabitable, according to allegations from South Africa at the International Court of Justice. Israel announces its attacks day by day and expects the wounded, tired, starving populace, traumatized from leaving home after home, to pick up their children and leave again on a hopeless journey to the next barren way station. Now nations are aligning against each other. The cycle of revenge is being fed. Netanyahu is very explicit about not planning to permit an independent state of Palestine. Hamas says that Israel has no right to exist. Israel was hideously invaded by Hamas, not by typical citizens of Gaza. Hamas has taken hostages and treated them cruelly, and they need to be returned by Hamas. Yet Israel is responding by ethnic cleansing, intentional killing, and removing the people of Gaza, most of whom have no more to do with October 7th massacre than we in the U.S. have to do with Israel's actions. Or do we? Who is at the helm of our democracy? However cruel Israel may be acting, we keep giving her billions of dollars. If we still believe that the people's voice means something, we should at the very least join other cities who have supported the ceasefire resolution and add the releasing of all hostages.
Mickey Presciora, Ron Jones, Brian Irway, Brian Irway is from the South District and will be followed by Jim T. Central.
Members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to speak in favor of the resolution for a ceasefire. I have to start by asking, though, why do we even need to bring this issue up before the Rochester City Council, of all places? Because after all, the Rochester City Council, fine as it may be, has very little to do with what goes on in Gaza. We have to do this. We have to stand before this forum tonight in order to address some of the gaping flaws in the system of our democracy that we see before us now. Flaws that relate to the fact that our elected officials who claim to represent us don't at all. In fact, they represent policies that are the opposite of what the vast majority of the people in this country want. Not only are the elected officials in opposition to the policies that most people want, they pretend they can't hear that the vast majority want them, that the vast majority are calling for a ceasefire, and in the meantime try to muzzle anyone who speaks out about Palestine. After 5 months of relentless destruction, the situation in Gaza is an emergency, and therefore we must bring this matter before you. Indeed, it's worse than an emergency. It's becoming grotesque. The position of humanitarian bankruptcy that the Biden administration finds itself in means that they have to promote ridiculous gestures like dropping food from the sky and floating piers that might appear someday in the future. Rochester has a history of showing its humanity and supporting the oppressed, and I urge you to support this resolution tonight.
Hello, I'm Jim Tiefenthal, East District. I urge you to pass the ceasefire resolution now. You're all clever council people, and I don't need to remind you what's happening in Palestine, but I'd just like to bring to you two reasons why this is a matter for a local city council. Number one, don't we need to act where we have the authority and responsibility to do so? I draw your attention to the people of my native state, Michigan, who organized a protest vote. More than 100,000 of people voted uncommitted in the presidential election, enough to fill the University of Michigan Stadium. Number two of two, if the senior senator from New York, Chuck Schumer, is ready to speak out against the leader of Israel, isn't it time we act here? Thank you.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. I come to you in the name of the God of Abraham. And I say to you that peace should reign and wisdom should provide space for us to take a look at where we've been to make decisions. You cannot just make a decision based on something that happens in a moment. For example, an anomaly is an event that happens once in a lifetime, like the Black Plague. So, when the pandemic happened, people were homeless in New York City. Homeless people with money. They flooded upstate, and by flooding upstate, they had money and they purchased houses far beyond the value of the houses. So, right now, we gotta be wise, because if not, we're gonna create a bubble, and we're gonna be upside down, like it happened in the West. We have to be wise enough to take a look at what happened in the past. I live in a town where the taxes didn't even go up, but I own property in the city, many properties in the city. So I'm saying to you, let's take a look at the values of the houses that sold before the pandemic, and let's come up with something more reasonable for the assessments, because you're gonna create a bubble, and when that bubble pops, people will walk away from homes, and you're gonna think, oh, somebody else is gonna buy them, not at those prices, and then what is gonna happen? The city is gonna have to deal with that. The banks are gonna have to deal with it. It happened before, where people walked away, and now Bank of America has the NAFTA program because of the same thing that's happening now. Be wise.
Honorable council members, I ask you to sign a resolution that requires Rochester City Council to fulfill the mission of its charter to do the business of the people of Rochester. That business is not to venture into geopolitics, of which it knows little, in order to promulgate lies, distortions, falsehoods, and sow divisiveness. Whereas the City Council is responsible for enacting the city's budget and approves all spending, and residents fear the ramifications of increases in their property tax assessment that in some cases have exceeded 100%. Whereas the City Council regulates land use, including the creation and amendment of zoning laws, and the city has corridors of vacant buildings, commercial districts in disrepair, and residents in need of safe, affordable housing. Whereas the City Council is responsible for street repairs and public improvements, and garbage bins in many neighborhoods, such as mine, are overflowing, and houses and storefronts are boarded up and litter abounds. Whereas the City Council issues municipal bonds, and the city's rating is AA-. The city has a declining population, and wealth levels are below the state and national averages. 1/3 of city residents live below the poverty rate, and the city school district fails its students. Whereas the City Council ultimately is responsible for delivering basic services to the public. Now, therefore, be it resolved that City Council devote its energy to improve education for city children, create opportunities to promote economic development that will attract and keep residents, and enact policies that support neighborhoods in their attempt at rejuvenation. I express my sincere hope that the City Council can focus on the work its members were elected to do, to find solutions to our decades of intractable problems and promote the highest quality of life for all Rochester residents.
William Mackin. William Mackin is from the East District and will be followed by Joshua Douglas.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to talk about the assessments. The woman who spoke a couple speakers ago, she used the word anomaly, and you're going to hear me use that word too a little bit. I purchased a house in 2022. at an exaggerated price due to the market. I was able to prove that through evidence of comparable sales. This sale was drastically higher than comparable properties. My assessment ultimately went up by $200,000. My assessment was not based on an evaluation of market value. It was based on one sale, which was the price that I paid for it. And that was made in a market that we've never seen before. I made my case, and I've followed every step to rectify this problem. I've followed all the instructions and the letters that you guys have sent, including bringing evidence of this matter. And I was told that I would get a new letter with a new assessed value, and I got that letter, and it didn't change at all. Assessing a property based on one sale is a lazy approach. This process has been rushed. I have a family member who's going through the same thing. He can't get anywhere because the assessment office records have him having been deceased since 1992. He's alive and well. Rents are going to go up because of this. People are not going to be able to afford this. And this needs to be paused until a sensible solution is reached. Pause. And I think the people deserve better than this. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua Douglas from the East District, and will be followed by Lorraine Carr.
My name is Joshua Dubler, and I worked with Council Members Gruber and Martin on this resolution, which I ardently support, the ceasefire resolution. Councilmember Martin's resolution is the product of extensive deliberation. Indeed, it was in the spirit of compromise that we avoided using two crucial words which make clear the stakes and urgency of this moment. These words are apartheid and genocide. October 7th didn't happen in a vacuum. As affirmed by Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, and the UN Special Reporter, Israel's ongoing militarized control over the West Bank and Gaza makes it an apartheid state. Without the justice of ending the occupation, there can be no real peace. Apartheid answers the question, why this? Genocide answers the question, why now? In January, the International Court of Justice ruled overwhelmingly that Israel's incursion into Gaza plausibly constitutes genocide. As a signatory to the Genocide Convention, the U.S. is therefore mandated to ensure that it is not complicit with genocidal acts. That is why we must act. Palestinians are being slaughtered, and our tax dollars are funding it. With Washington asleep at the wheel, it falls to us to make the slaughter stop. A ceasefire resolution is the most effective vehicle for executing our civic, legal, and moral obligation. As a Jewish Rochesterian, I feel additionally called to stand in emphatic support of this resolution and to I'm being shamed from the floor, and to refute those who might paint a campaign for liberation as somehow anti-Jewish. The opposite is true. The best of the Jewish tradition and the clarion call of Jewish history insists on the freedom of all people. This is the Judaism of Exodus.
Please allow him to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give the gentleman another 15 seconds, please. Please allow him to conclude.
This is the Judaism of Exodus, the Judaism that sent freedom riders down south and placed Heschel at King's Shoulder on Edmund Pettus Bridge. And this is the Judaism that... Oh, sorry. Again? Okay. Hello? Check? Okay. Thank you. The best of the Jewish tradition and the clarion call of Jewish history insists on the freedom of all people. This is the Judaism of Exodus, the Judaism that sent freedom riders down south and placed Heschel at King's Shoulder on Edmund Pettus Bridge. And this is the Judaism that today cries out, let Gaza live, free Palestine.
Hostility's happening in the back.
Please allow everyone to speak, and please be respectful. I understand, we all understand that there is a lot of passion in the room, but please allow speakers to come forward and give their full 2 minutes without interruption.
Is Lorraine Carr here? How about Luan Tecleve?
Hello, my name is Luam Teklaab, and I was born and raised in Rochester. And today I'd like to show my support for the resolution for a ceasefire. This country has let me down. It has let me down by continuing to send tax dollars to murder. I beg us all to recognize that the situation in Palestine is no longer about hostages. It's about a population being exterminated. We've all seen the firsthand accounts of the people being gunned down holding white flags, of countless dead children wrapped in white cloth, and the videos of adults doing everything they can to provide food and care for their communities under tense and in impossible conditions. Councilmember Martin, thank you for this opportunity to give our city a chance to do something about this. I need my city to show up and say out loud that we do not support sending weapons of mass destruction to further massacre Palestinians, and say out loud that we demand a permanent ceasefire and demand unrestricted humanitarian aid into Gaza. I beg my city council to pass this resolution and let Palestine know that we see them. Let America know that Rochester, New York will not stand by idly like the leaders of this country. Thank you.
Followed by Mary Adams.
All right. Good evening. I'd like to extend gratitude to Councilmember Martin and all who have championed the ceasefire resolution so far. My remarks now turn to the council members yet to pledge their support. If those who spoke before me have not yet moved you to the conclusion that a permanent ceasefire is the... Hey, I'm speaking.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Can I get my time back, please? If those who spoke before me have not yet moved you to the conclusion that a permanent ceasefire is the only option, if stories of wounded children crying for their murdered parents, of famine and torture, of amputations without anesthesia, and entire families being wiped out, if that is not enough, nothing is enough. Yet I'm compelled to question, is it that you're truly unmoved, or is it that you lack? "10, 20, 40 years from now, as future council and community members reflect on this juncture, will they find inspiration in your actions and embrace the courage to stand for justice? Or will they perceive a legacy of timidity and silence in the face of injustice? So I'll leave you with the questions you have to answer on Tuesday. Who do you want to be? Are you courageous or are you cowardly? What do you stand for? Is it justice or is it genocide? The choices
Mary Adams will be followed by Ricardo.
Please pass the ceasefire resolution that's before you. The current situation in Gaza is so horrific that it demands the attention and action of every single human on the planet. U.S. government leaders are in the prime position to effectively act, and they are not doing so. While paying lip service, they repeatedly showed that to them phrases like civilian casualties, too many dead children, aid must be allowed in, starvation cannot be a weapon of war, and on, are just necessary recitations during press events, mere abstractions to be tossed around. Meanwhile, the open flow of every imaginable offensive weapon to Israel from the U.S. continues. When the highest level authorities with the most power to do good and who are empowered through taxation and elections to represent us at the federal level not only fail to represent us, but actually inflict sustained harm in our names, then we must act. We must turn to each other. We must find each other. I believe that council members Mitch Gruber and Stanley Martin turned to each other with just such an intent, to stop the madness, to stop the harm, and I appreciate them for that. We have to see the madness stop and contribute to the growing and increasingly cohesive voices across the United States insisting that the harm stop. The resolution they co-wrote is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Now it is time for this community, including, of course, each one of you who are council members, and all of us in the community, to come together and memorialize the ceasefire resolution. We are proud of you for representing the good people of Rochester's interest in demanding the moral exercise of power in Gaza. And we celebrate with you next Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Ricardo Adams. Let's just be clear about one thing. There's no conflict of interest between Gaza and common sense. So please start applying some common sense in your analysis of the request for a ceasefire. Racism and the birth of slavery began with one group of folks thinking they were better than another group. Slavery is no longer acceptable language because it's too connected to racism. Now we use language such as occupation, supremacy, anti-Semitism to make the situation like Gaza more acceptable. I reject that. The Gaza situation is ridiculous and it's over the top. If you support the killing and injuring of all those women and children, you are clearly lacking in humanity and submerged in a racist ideology. In closing, if you can't support the resolution, then shame on you. Ceasefire now, man.
Hello, City Council members and my representative, Patterson. I'm Dr. Michelle Wenderlich, organizer with Metro Justice. I'm here tonight to implore you, as myself and on behalf of Metro Justice, to please vote yes on the ceasefire resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine, the cessation of U.S. military aid to Israel, and demanding that President Biden and the U.S. Congress do the same. You may be asking yourself, why must Rochester City Council take action on this international issue? Federal issues have passed the buck and said they want to see support of cities across the country. So even though that might not make much sense, we need you to do your part and exercise the power that you have. Passing this resolution, as many have mentioned, would continue Rochester's history of anti-apartheid struggle from Ordinance 85-133, in which the Rochester City Council declared its commitment to racial equity and its opposition to apartheid in South Africa and Namibia. Metro Justice was part of that struggle too. It would also show that our city stands with the world, joining the chorus of cities who oppose genocide. Hundreds of Metro Justice members have shared the horror of people across the world, of the indiscriminate bombing of civilians, hospitals, schools, and aid convoys in Gaza, the ongoing occupation and repression, and a policy that seems designed
to displace and eradicate the Palestinian people and their life supports. In any world, this is wrong and must be stopped. Please call for a permanent ceasefire, stopping our aid to the slaughter, and for federal officials to heed our call. We all know what's happening, and we know that there's no way to justify it. We need you to stand for justice, humanity, and truth. Please vote yes. We reiterate that Metro Justice is a member of the Rochester Committee to End Apartheid and is committed to this issue, a permanent ceasefire, and ending Rochester's complicity in arming and funding this genocide. We echo as well our support for other initiatives that are important to the city: no bid, good cause eviction, vacancy study, and moving forward with the county with a public utility study. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, my name is Justine Harris, and I just want to say I do not agree with the bid. But here's my story. I'm a tenant in the southwest area in the city of Rochester, and I'm here to ask all of you to listen to my voice as I speak for my community. It's been a long time since we as the people felt common values within our communities due to gentrification. Because of that, it robbed our communities of our enthusiasm, security, and it took our families' failures to thrive. There's no security, and we need rent stabilization here in our city. The rent is too damn high. I cannot afford to pay rent on the minimum wage that New York State has granted the families. It is hard. And time again, I find myself in the same boat, eviction, with nowhere to go. And I'm tired of it. I want to turn this folder into good deeds, not eviction notices. I lost my train of thought there because it got just that deep. I want to, violations. I want to turn this into good deeds, not bad ones. I'm sick of carrying around eviction notices and violations on properties that are not habitable for me and my family. So once again, I stand here to speak for the people of the community because, like I said, common values we don't see in the community, but yet we see every day that y'all tell these bold-faced lies that y'all care so much about us, and you don't. So do your job, or just resign and let someone sit in a seat that cares, like the ones that stood up and believed for the people. Because the ones that didn't, we already know where it's going. I know my time is up, and one day yours will be too, sweetheart.
Good evening. I'm here in support of the ceasefire resolution. Since October 7th, Israel has killed over 30,000 Palestinians and displaced over 2 million. There is no justification for that. When you look at the death toll on both sides, I think it's clear that what Israel is doing is not self-defense. Killing children is not self-defense. I am ashamed that my country is funding a genocide that we're all witnessing with our own eyes. The people of Rochester are asking for City Council to join other cities across the country in calling for a ceasefire in order to save lives. This is an opportunity for you to be on the right side of history, and I believe you have a moral obligation to call for an end to this. I urge you to vote yes on the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Council.
I'm just doing a mic check. Can I be heard?
Yes.
We're good? Okay. Good evening, Council. Alexander Phoenix here. I would like to urge the Council to pause this reckless property reassessment, and I would not like to see this city's bond rating get damaged. At the last City Council meeting, we heard testimony from a citizen who shared her story of a property owner catching a city appraiser doing a drive-by appraisal. Not kidding. I have repeatedly requested a copy of the appraisal done for my property. None has been produced. Research indicates that 65,000 drive-by appraisals were done by 4 non-licensed city appraisers in the span of a few short weeks. The city has failed to produce any valid appraisals because they do not exist. The only licensed appraiser in the city, who also happens to be the assessor, signed off on this fraud. This is a violation of his certification, and not only will Mr. Zazzara lose his appraisal license over this, he may end up doing hard time. City officials are now liable to claims on their surety bonds and errors and omissions policies. The Get the Facts resource sessions have provided no reliable information or tailored support. They are just smoke screens designed by city attorneys so they can claim plausible deniability when we start filing our lawsuits. I am hereby giving the city notice that this reckless reassessment rollout needs to be quashed in order to prevent further harm to its citizens as well as the city's financial health. I do not want to see any harm come to this city. So please sign up for the sign the petition outside in the hallway for the to pause this reassessment. Thank you.
Lisa Robbins is from the East District and will be followed by Kinza Abbas.
Good evening. I grew up in the shadow of unspeakable horrors. My grandparents and mother were Holocaust survivors, and I slept soundly, sure that their stories of survival after the worst of humanity came to an end long before I was born. But I was wrong. On October 7th, Hamas reminded me, my family, and my people, the Jewish people, what can be done to Jews simply for being. They beheaded babies and burned them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'm going to pause the time. I'm going to pause the time. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow the speaker to speak. Thank you.
Yes, they did.
And burned them in ovens.
Lies!
They raped.
If we cannot, let's pause. Please, ladies and gentlemen, there's been many speakers tonight that have spoken uninterrupted. It is my hope that we will allow speakers to speak uninterrupted. Please, thank you.
They raped women at gunpoint and took Holocaust survivors like my family hostage. They murdered parents in front of their children and children in front of their parents. I want peace in the Middle East. I want it so badly I can taste it. I want every child in Gaza to have enough food, to have a pillow to sleep on, to sleep knowing that they are loved and cared for. I want an end to this war, but that end can only come once all of the hostages are released. Once they're housed, far too similar to what my own grandparents and mom experienced come to an end. It would be outrageous to end the war in Israel and Gaza now with Hamas, who perpetrated what's now called Black Saturday, still existing. My grandparents and mother lived experiences of having survived the Holocaust, and my own knowledge of thousands of years of persecution taught me that Israel, a Jewish state, is...
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire
Did you give me additional time when they wouldn't let me speak?
Finish, go sit down.
You did pause the time, ma'am. You did. Please, everyone. Calm down.
Please do not pass this resolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can stop the chatter so we can have the next speaker begin, please. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much, Councilmember Martin. And among all this heartache, I want to remind everyone who might be feeling discouraged to look at the diversity and the solidarity and the people coming together for humanity. It's beautiful, inspiring, and shows the power of the people. I am for the ceasefire. Every atrocity committed is justified at the time, has context that allows it to go on until it is stopped. We rightfully should feel ashamed of our history towards African Americans, Native Americans, the Vietnamese, and the millions of innocent civilians we killed in the Middle East over lies about weapons of mass destruction, just to name a few. But the dead are still dead, the livelihoods are destroyed, and the love is lost. The perpetrators have made weak acknowledgments of mistakes and empty promises about how they've learned and how they're now better. But this time it's different, right? We might have been off all the other times we participated in mass civilian slaughter, but this time it's for a righteous cause, right? The various humanitarian organizations ringing the alarms must be wrong this time. We've done this countless of times before. The Palestinians are just the latest group of people in a long, ugly history of humans we've labeled as savages and undeserving of human dignity. Was there any explanation a Nazi could have given that would have made the atrocities of the Holocaust digestible? What could have made the Atlantic slave trade justifiable? Did the mass slaughter of Native Americans stand the test of time because of manifest destiny? Because God promised them that land to the European settlers? I don't know about you, but no context or explanation explains that injustice to humanity to me. I'm so ashamed as the most powerful country in the world for all our advancements and innovation, carpet bombing disproportionately and starving civilians is the best solution we could come up with. Ceasefire now.
Howard Kirschenbaum will be followed by Zora Gusso.
As a Rochester resident and a Jewish American, I urge the Rochester City Council to pass Resolution MR 1024 in favor of an immediate ceasefire in the Middle East. I have always been a strong supporter of Israel. I condemn the inexcusable attack by Hamas on Israel on October 7th. I affirm Israel's right to retaliate against Hamas and dismantle its military capability. I recognize that Hamas's embedding itself among Gaza's citizenry means Israel's response will inevitably cause a tragic loss of innocent life and suffering. But enough is enough. I can't say exactly when Israel crossed the line, but it is now clearly carrying out a disproportionate level of death and destruction in Gaza. If an Israeli leader proposed to eliminate Gaza by killing every last Palestinian and destroying every building in Gaza, such a proposition would rightly receive universal condemnation. Sadly, Israel has moved tragically far in that direction and continues farther every day. Israel needs to cease its military campaign, facilitate humanitarian aid, affirm support of a two-state solution, and not undermine such a solution as Netanyahu often has done in the past, release political prisoners, improve its human rights record at home, and more. Hamas needs to cease its bombing of Israel, cease all other military activity, release all hostages, renounce its goal of eliminating Israel, accept a two-state solution, accept new civilian Palestinian leadership committed to a peaceful resolution, and more. The U.S. and other nations need to arbitrate the process and apply carrots and sticks to encourage both sides to work out an effective, just, long-term solution. If Israel remains intractable, the U.S. should cease military aid.
Followed by Hannah Whitkin.
Hi, my name is Zora Gusso. I'm a lifelong city resident, and I am a proud Jewish person who is here today to encourage you to vote in favor of the ceasefire resolution. I think that this resolution embodies a lot of the Jewish values that I hold most dear in my own heart, in line with Tikkun Olam, repairing the world. And
Please stop. Let's pause for a moment. Please let every speaker speak uninterrupted, please. We'll give another 5 seconds and then we'll start the timer again. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel very strongly as a Jewish person that it is my duty to speak out, and it is my duty to ask my representatives to speak out on my behalf. I do believe that a ceasefire resolution can have positive effects, material effects on the situation in Gaza right now, and I think that it is urgent that we pass this resolution, that we advocate for a ceasefire, that we advocate for an end to military aid to Israel, because it is not just, it is not a good use of our money, and we need to be in the spirit of Rochester's long history of being against apartheid, like once again standing up and for what's right. And it is not anti-Semitic to critique Israel. It is not anti-Semitic to support Palestinian people. And Israel is not what is keeping Jews in America safe. I will keep myself safe, and my community will keep me safe. And my community, and the people around me in this city, believe in a free Palestine. So I appreciate all of the time and energy that council members have put into this resolution. And I appreciate the language that is there, that is strong and important, and I really hope that you will vote for this. Thank you so much. I will see the rest of my time.
A few months ago, I watched video footage of an interview with my relative where he told the story of his survival of the Holocaust, including his time in Dachau concentration camp. He talked about fighting for food. He talked about losing all thoughts of the future beyond how to survive to the end of each night. At the end of the interview footage, he closed with a warning that we are not far from history repeating itself. I stand before you today urging you to pass a ceasefire resolution, not in spite of my Jewishness, but because of it. Every day I see photos and videos of people starving to death in Gaza. Tiny ribs almost protrude from children's skin, bringing to mind images of the frail bodies of my own people on their way to mass death. I see piles of bloodstained Palestinian shoes and recall the piles of shoes preserved in Holocaust museums. The lesson of the Holocaust is not that Jews are uniquely oppressed and must therefore isolate themselves into an ethno-state which claims a monopoly on violence. The lesson of the Holocaust, which took many more lives than just Jewish ones, is that all it takes to commit a genocide is for comfortable people to look away. The lesson is that dehumanizing and segregationist practices and policies, combined with self-victimizing rhetoric, lead to the excusal of organized mass killing when people like you look away. As Jews, we know what ethnic cleansing looks like, and when we say never again, we must mean never again for anyone. I
I refuse to have my Jewishness synonymized with genocide, either as victim or perpetrator. I refuse to have my Jewishness turned into a weapon with Palestinians on the other end of the barrel. City council members, you have an opportunity to commit yourself to the side of humanity. You have the opportunity to not look away. Vote yes on the ceasefire resolution or be left behind by the tide of history, wishing that you did.
I feel incredibly frustrated and upset to spend my time tonight demanding the bare minimum for some of my elected officials. It is beyond time that a ceasefire resolution is passed by the City of Rochester. It's been months of Palestinian suffering and death. We've all watched the horrific videos, we've all heard the gut-wrenching accounts from Palestinians, and we've all seen the evidence of war crimes and genocide taking place. Yet, some in this body have sat idly by watching these atrocities happen and are choosing to be complicit, hoping the world will move on from caring about Palestinian lives. Your legacy will be marked by how many U.S. cities you trail behind in acting swiftly to demand a ceasefire. You've seen your constituents come out for months pleading for you to act with compassion and dignity on behalf of the children dying at the hands of U.S. bombs. When those of you who plan to seek re-election do, I hope you understand that we all see the ineptitude of this body to accomplish simple tasks. And I'd be remiss to not thank the council member who has demonstrated compassion and solidarity with the Palestinians from day one and those who have followed suit. I just hope that after tonight, you all will finally do what's right and salvage what's left of your tarnished reputations. It is nothing less than reprehensible that a ceasefire resolution has yet to be passed by the City of Rochester. And I really hope after tonight we won't have to continue repeating the same plea for a governing body with a spine that is willing to show an ounce of compassion to the Palestinian suffering at the hands of two genocidal apartheid regimes, Israel and the U.S. government. And with that, I hope none of us have to come back here and ask again, because we will continue to do so. So please, I ask that you do the bare minimum and pass the ceasefire resolution. Free Palestine.
Good evening, Council. If you would join me on a brief visualization exercise, I would like for all of us in this room to imagine that we are walking out onto Frontier Field on a beautiful day like today was earlier. As we all walk onto the grass at center field and we look around the stadium, we can see that all 10,000 of the stadium seats are filled. Parents, children, aunts, uncles, grandparents, colleagues, and friends, each with their own unique hobbies and skills and hopes for the future. All 10,000 joined together, joyful and smiling, as lucky as we are to be surrounded by our community, no matter our differences. Now, if you could imagine the stadium doubling and then tripling in size, now 30,000 beautiful individuals all smiling at us, all slaughtered by Israel. As our local elected officials, each of you has an obligation to the souls of these 30,000 individuals which have been taken from us. Because of the rampant lobbying, corruption, and oil-hungry evil that we all know has hijacked our federal government, we know that as Americans, this is our fault. And so we look to you to do something, anything, but in this case, to at least sign this resolution. I ask that you allow Rochester to join the international community in correctly identifying what has happened to Palestine as apartheid and genocide, and that you sign this resolution to prevent further loss of life and to stop the flow of taxpayer dollars to Israel. Thank you.
Will be followed by Jonathan Corey.
Thank you. As an owner of an art studio on East Avenue, a city resident, and an activist who, along with my wife, won awards for our community building efforts, I oppose the creation of a bid. An equitable society requires the empowered voice of its diversity. You know that better than I do. Look around you. Rochester's diversity is democracy's best hope. Your election to council proves that as truth. But a bid disempowers democracy. It replaces the voter's path to accountability with what might be termed a corporate benevolent despot. Regardless of intent, taking power from the people and giving it to corporations is a strike against equity. Imagine your first meeting with the board of the prospective bid. Do you think the majority of people on the other side of the table will look like you, or the citizens who you represent? The bid is the opposite of equity. There's a better way. Don't overlay a bid. Overlay your trust in our communities. Build upon strategies already proven effective here. I became inspired within my community because of Mayor Bill Johnson's Neighbors Building Neighborhoods program. In 10 sections of the city, residents, businesses, neighborhood and community organizations, together with city personnel, planned new directions for our communities. NBN was truly democratic, and it was the opposite of bid, because if you wanted to play a role, you were instantly empowered by showing up and voting at monthly meetings. This made Rochester revered as a model for city empowerment. Why not institutionalize best practices learned from NBN, from Mayor Richards' Voice of the Citizen, from recent experiments with participatory budgeting? Within these projects, we saw tables filled with ordinary people passionate about planning changes for our city. Forget bid. Build new empowerments. Trust the people who elected you to do the right thing and to do it at your side. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Khoury, and I am with the Rochester Committee to End Apartheid. First and foremost, I'd like to let you all know that the Rochester Labor Council, a body of unions representing more than 100,000 workers throughout the region, has just tonight reaffirmed their commitment to a lasting ceasefire. It is extremely unusual for labor organizations to speak out on international issues, but more than 200 local and national unions representing more than 9 million workers across this country have chosen to speak due to the severity of Israel's crimes. The labor movement stands with Gaza. Now, for the past several months, we have been circulating a petition that has now acquired well over 1,200 signatures, compelling and asking you all, the Council of Rochester, to pass a ceasefire resolution. They have specified exactly what they want to see in that resolution. I have extended the opportunity to share this petition with you, and I have not received that invitation yet. That's first and foremost. Second of all, I would like to remind, just as a previous friend has stated, Rochester is not only bound by the city charter, but by the ordinances that it passes afterwards. 1985, the city of Rochester opposes apartheid and racial segregation. 1985, the city of Rochester will continually take political steps to ensure that the freedom of all people throughout the world is ensured. You are not only compelled by the growing demand of Rochester, you are compelled by your own body's ordinances to vote in favor of this ceasefire resolution. Now, you don't want to do that? You have options, all right? Y'all got options. You don't want to do it? Cool. Set the record straight. Pass a new ordinance saying that y'all are all right with apartheid when it comes to the Palestinians. Say that y'all don't need to take the steps required when it has to do with our lives. Set the record straight if you're not going to do it now.
I'm Monica. I'm a former city resident, and I signed Clay Harris's petition. And I've always thought that our civic leaders were, first and foremost, responsible to their municipality. Why other resolutions concerning the 5 alarm fires of Russia's attack on Ukraine and its murder of 41,000 people, China's imprisonment of millions of Uyghur Muslims and its occupation of Tibet? or the ethnic cleansing during the Bosnian War haven't found their way to your desks remains a mystery. We don't see attacks on Chinese embassies and restaurants, and no one is calling for the annihilation of Russia, Hungary, El Salvador, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, or Yemen, pouring fake blood on their flags, stomping on them, and setting them ablaze. Excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow, we're going to give
Nobody
pause.
asked you.
We're going to give 10 seconds back to the speakers, and then we will continue. So please allow the speaker to speak. Thank you.
If you call for ceasefire because you want peace, call upon Hamas and Hezbollah to cease bombing Israel too. There was a ceasefire on October 6th, and Hamas broke it. If you're going, excuse me.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, pause. Can we please allow everyone to speak? And we're going to give another 5 seconds and start the clock again, but please allow everyone to speak. We would really appreciate it.
Thank you. If you're going to bemoan your taxes going to Iron Dome, which protects Israeli citizens and innocents, you better call out the U.S. is giving billions to UNRWA and funding terrorism education. If you're going to care about the health and welfare of babies, and you don't care about babies everywhere, check your activism. It's clear that now all causes have become inseparable from the movement for Palestinian liberation. Aligning every single cause, including the bid reassessment, with liberation hurts the people who are actually working to help people and make housing affordable. Stop co-opting their work. If you really cared about all liberation, you'd also want the hostages home. After Hamas's rampage of rape, kidnapping, and murder, a history professor at Cornell said Palestinians were understandably exhilarated by this challenge to the monopoly of violence. And he added, I was exhilarated. How can you...
Ladies and gentlemen,
No, I didn't.
We are going to take another recess. 5 minutes.
I didn't get my 2 minutes.
We paused a couple times, and I understand that there were many interruptions, but please, I want to make it clear to everyone. When we come back from the recess, it is my hope that every speaker, let me pause, every speaker is given the opportunity to speak.
For 2 minutes.
Please, 2 minutes,
2 whole
uninterrupted,
minutes.
please, 5-minute recess.
50 speakers, and then it switches to them. So we're only halfway through just the city speakers.
Yeah, right. When do they feel like
I don't think they can.
Somebody back there said
do they tell you when such happens? I was gonna leave the flag in the thing, but I really want you to spell out my head down.
Somebody needs to put me in a cage. I just started screaming.
Oh, good, good.
And then they put that woman up in her face because she was trying to get in the face.
Well, she was like, the thing I thought she was talking about me, and then she said you gave me a finger. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I'll do it too. All right.
I saw you walking out. It's
Starting this segment of strike.
Yeah.
May we bring the room back to order, please. Please take your seats.
He got a good boy.
Not loud enough. May we please bring the room back to order, please. Take your seats. Please take your seats so we can resume our meeting. Please take your seats so we can resume our Speak to Council session. Thank you. There's some vacant seats up front. If you'd like to seat, please come up. Again, we would like to bring the room back to order. Until we quiet down and take our seats, we will not be able to resume the Speak to Council session. So we would like your cooperation, please. Thank you.
I want to get home tonight, people.
So we're going to start with Brian Creary, who will be followed by James Mosley.
Good evening. Is that better? Is it? There we go. Okay. We good?
Just gonna start the time over. There we go.
That's fine. Good evening. My name is Brian and I am a resident here in the city. And I am here today to lend my support to the ceasefire resolution put forth by Councilmember Martin. While I have already expressed my endorsement via email, I believe it is imperative to reinforce my stance publicly and in person. Publicly aligning ourselves with this resolution is a powerful demonstration of our commitment to justice and peace. By signing onto this resolution, you'll join the collective of city councils across the country demanding that we put an end to the ongoing genocide and racialized apartheid in Palestine. The toll of human suffering over the past 5 months has been staggering, with countless lives needlessly lost. Refusing to endorse this ceasefire is not just a passive act, it is a moral failing and an act of cowardice. Today, I urge each member of this council to stand on the right side of history, to act with compassion and integrity, and to sign on to the ceasefire resolution. The time for action is now. Ceasefire now.
James Mosley here. Ben Rosen. Ben Rosen is followed by Rachel Crawford.
Good evening, council members. I speak to you today as a property owner and a resident of Rochester, and someone who's deeply concerned about what we're witnessing here today. Rochester has its share of issues. We have the schools, we have poverty, we have crime. There are people here that like to invoke apartheid. When 30% of the population of Rochester lives in poverty and a lot of the school kids can't get a decent education, that it might as well be apartheid. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here today to say to you that your resolution that you want to pass is one-sided and it doesn't represent the true history of the conflict. And all those people that want a ceasefire, there was a ceasefire on October 6th. There was a ceasefire all of the other times that Israel tried to make peace. There was 75 years Israel tried to make peace with its neighbors. 99% of the land was offered and it was turned down. You guys don't like to hear the truth, I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, pause. We're already back into the dynamic that I hope we would not return to. So please allow every speaker to speak. There are many speakers still on the list. We have over 75 individuals still on the list to speak. And I would like to hear from all individuals tonight. So please, we're going to give 10 seconds back, and then we will start the clock again in 10 seconds. And Gentlemen, please.
Thank you very much. For 75 years, Israel has tried to make peace. And there have been many reasons.
Through apartheid?
All right, pause again. The next person that does that in a way that is disruptive to the speaker, we're going to ask security to please ask them to pause. We are going to allow 10 more seconds for the gentleman to please continue speaking, and we would ask that please no one interrupt. There's been a lot of interruptions tonight on both sides. I acknowledge that, but I would love to hear every speaker tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say that if the United States did nothing after it was attacked, Pearl Harbor or 9/11, if we didn't go get Osama bin Laden, would the world have been different? I think so. Israel has to get the job done. They have to return the hostages. Israel has the right to defend itself. I believe that none of these people believe that Israel has the right to exist. And that is a problem. It does have a right to exist. The Jewish people have a right to their own sovereign state. I consider you...
Take them out.
We have a few individuals that may be asked to leave, please.
You need to go too.
Okay, well, he just made a statement, and he said anyone else that disturbs the speaker has to leave. It's all about respect. That's it. Can you come with us, please?
Can y'all allow them to stay for right now? We got you. It's not going to happen again.
If this is not going to happen again,
it's not going to happen
again.
We got
I'm assured that it's not, because I've said this many times tonight. I've said this many times tonight. So if this does not happen, the next, I'm giving this final warning. If there is an interruption, again, we're going to ask that the individual who's interrupting to please leave if you cannot allow the speakers to speak. I'm trying to be as respectful and more than respectful than maybe I should be right now. But I'm allowing it, so please allow every speaker to speak. This is the final warning. And we are going to allow the gentleman, because he's been interrupted many times already, another 10 seconds and then 30 seconds on top of that. Let's go.
I asked the City Council to please work with all the factions in our community, the Jewish community, everybody in wording some sort of a resolution if you want to. I think the one that you have brought in front of us is incredibly one-sided, and it doesn't represent the complexities, and it doesn't acknowledge that Israel has a right to exist and has a right to defend itself. As a proud American, as a proud Rochesterian, I'm very happy that I was given a chance to speak in front of you tonight, and I thank you for your attention.
Good evening. I am here to speak to you tonight on the ceasefire resolution. You must sign this resolution. But I no longer wish to appeal to your empathy, because that hasn't worked many times. When we've talked about police budgets, we have to mobilize for the bid for you to oppose it. When it comes to our kids who live here, and now this ceasefire resolution, we have asked you so many times to stand against violence, specifically state violence. So we'll talk business instead. Your voter base is overwhelmingly asking you to call for a ceasefire, to sign this resolution. Not everyone here tonight is part of your voter base, okay? So pay attention to who did speak to you, because we had to prove that we live here. And at this point, we are not going to stand by and let you watch as this genocide happens and say nothing. Your donations from the Locust Club, your donations from settler colonial organizations will not save you. We will show up. We are voting. We're voting in the general election. Biden should be scared, and anyone who is quiet about this, if this does not pass unanimously, we're after your seats. Period. Period. Mitch, FoodLink, you care about food security, right? There are children starving, a lot of them. How can you stand by and watch this knowing families and children are starving? The same way that you all accepted, so many of you accepted money from corrupt organizations, and you voted against your constituents over and over again, our well-being. I think it's worth mentioning after the way that I was treated in the back, and very funny of security to go after people, you know, heckling a little bit. My things were rummaged through. I was treated like garbage back there. But I am matrilineally Jewish, by the way. My great-grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. We are not free until every Palestinian is free. And we will know who our oppressors are.
Hi, I'm from the South District. In life, there is always history and who gets to tell it. And there is context that is usually not explained or left out by the politicians, the mainstream media, those spokespeople for any current administration. Before 1947, the population of the land of Palestine was 95% Arab, with a small Jewish population. After that, approximately 750,000 Palestinians were expelled and dispossessed of their homes, land, and livelihoods. I don't have time to tell the rest of that history, but after Israel became a state, it became an occupier, and Palestinians have dealt with 56 years of brutal occupation. For the past 17 years, Gaza has been under a devastating and inescapable closed-off blockade. From 2008 to the end of 2022, 6,000 Palestinians have been killed, what the Israeli government and military call, in quotes, mowing the lawn. 300 Israelis were also killed during that time, half of them soldiers. What happened to Israelis on October 7th was a tragedy, a terror attack, war crimes carried out by Hamas and other militants, also referred to as terrorists, in quotes. Every day since then, the Israeli Air Force and Army has used their US-made bombs, missiles, drones, and snipers to slaughter, wound, and maim over 100,000, mostly children and women and men, destroy 70% of their homes, infrastructure, universities, and cultural institutions, a complete annihilation of Gaza as a society. And now, a man-made starvation is taking place. Do you think the Palestinian people might be feeling terror or have been terrorized and traumatized every day for over 150 days? And yet the Army and Air Force, Israeli, would never be referred to as terrorists. If it wasn't okay to kill Israelis on October 7th, why have we looked the other way? I'm calling for a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Good evening. On Wednesday, March 13th, 2024, a group of Rochester's neighbors went to Albany to speak to our assemblyman about the problems we are experiencing in Rochester. We asked that our city council members go with us in support of the community that voted them into office. We also asked that our city council use taxpayer dollars to provide us with transportation and meals in support of our efforts. And until the day before the trip, we believed we had that support, only to be disappointed. Thankfully, we had a contingency plan and the trip took place as scheduled. We spoke with Assemblyman Bronson and Meeks and asked that the state perform a forensic audit of Monroe County, City of Rochester, and Rochester City School District budgets and programs. While we received no definitive support, we did leave our assemblymen with the understanding that we, Rochester's neighbors, are no longer waiting for our elected officials to oversee and hold themselves accountable, but that we, the Rochester community, will do so. We demand that our suggestions for the educational and emotional success of our children not only be considered, but carried out. Assemblyman Meeks noted that we are a small group, and to that I say, we are small, but mighty, for we are cloaked in the full armor of the Lord. However, the past is the past, and we hope you have learned your place in this government of the people and act accordingly. Forgiveness comes with the expectation of change. We expect you full support the next time we ask, as your boss, not the other way around, because that is why we elected you to office. We are ready, willing, and able to take our responsibility seriously as the government of these United States to oversee and hold accountable those that would misappropriate taxpayer dollars, and deny our children the excellent education needed to secure the successful future they deserve. My God is a God of love, and I have experienced nothing but hate here tonight. You will never achieve your purpose.
Alice Carley here. Jennifer Sherlin, to be followed by Michael Gill.
This is my song, Ceasefire Now. Oh, I gotta turn it up.
Salvation in the way, buried in the rubble, we're shot while waiting for rain. Freedom's calling, peace in Palestine. Stop the suffering, the killing of innocent life. We are crying, hear our call. Ceasefire now, ceasefire now. Trauma and fear presiding on both sides of the walls. One side plans on winning, not feeling the failure for all. We're yielding up our freedom when vengeance is the way to call. With carbon power and haze, the world community cannot halt the warfare rains. Say good.
Michael Gill. Seth Weinstein. Marilyn Newcomb. Ephrat Patel. Okay. Ephrat Patel will be followed by Leora Roses.
I am a proud Israel who chose to move from Israel to America a few years ago because I saw the values that Israel.
Can we start over? Sorry, we couldn't hear you with the microphone. If we could start the time again.
Now you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay. I'm a proud Israeli who chose to move here from Israel a few years ago because I saw the value that Israel shares with the United States, and I've been proud to live here ever since. Both Israel and the US are countries made up of immigrations from around the world. I grew up in Israel, surrounded by families from Morocco, Iran, Yemen, Poland, Russia, and dozens more nations. My son has a similar experience growing up in New York City. The US and Israel have been allies since Israel's earliest days, and today is no different. Israel is the most important American ally in the Middle East today, and the only democracy in the Middle East. After the horrible attacks in 9/11, the world, and especially Israel, came together to root out and destroy Al-Qaeda for the brutal murders of thousands of American citizens here in American soil. These were challenges day, and I feel much the same way today as I did then. Now, in 2001, we need to come together to destroy a terror group bent on destruction and death. On October 7, Hamas did not fight in any sort of reasonable and justified way. They murdered families in their homes, raped women, included after they murdered those women, and took as hostages people from babies under a year old through senior citizens. Hamas is an organization that stands against all American and Israeli values and calls for both sides to cease fire before eliminating them goes against everything we hold dear. I urge you to oppose the resolution before you today.
Hi, thank you. As the granddaughter of 4 Holocaust survivors and the daughter of immigrants, it is clear that an American lens on a very complicated history in the Middle East and current war just does not fit. Your proposed resolution claims to be inclusive of Israeli and Jewish communities, affirming a commitment to the safety, security, and inclusion of all people within our city. Is it really? This meddling in foreign affairs is divisive, dangerous, and is spreading propaganda to perpetuate this tragedy for lifetimes. There's no denying what Hamas terrorists have publicized they would do over and over and over again since October 7th. On October 8th, there were celebrations in the streets long before Israel even had the chance to respond and defend herself. Attacks on Israel and American democracy through city councils must be stopped is a piece that was published in the Orange County Register less than 1 week ago. The following excerpts and quotes are highly relevant. Rochester City Council is not unique. You're being played. Since October 7th, city council chambers across the country have been besieged by ceasefire protesters. The protesters hijacked city council chambers who have no authority over international relations to demand a ceasefire resolution. Playbooks published online guide protesters through the steps of how to effectively introduce ceasefire resolutions with locally aligned politicians and how to effectively grind the functioning of local government to a halt. City councils are easy pressure points for the activists. Local politicians are not subject matter experts on the conflict, have no access to classified briefings, and are easily manipulated by distorted facts presented by hundreds of shouting protesters in their chambers. Clearly, the war between 2 foreign powers is not within proper purview of any American city. City councils are being used as pawns for organizations who intend to spread anti-Jewish and anti-Israel propaganda. The intent is to introduce ceasefire resolutions into local government bodies.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Is Asa Adams here? Yes. Okay. To be followed by Scott Wilson.
Now you can start the clock. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, and whatever it is right now. You people are actually making me. Oh, what's my?
Just lower it a little bit. You're good. No, you can
Can everybody hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. I want my 30 seconds back.
Yeah, can we give the gentleman time back?
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, I was here to actually talk against bid the homelessness here in Rochester, and rent stabilization, and all this other stuff, and I walked in the middle of a hornet's nest. You people ought to be ashamed of yourselves. The biggest problem I have seen in this Jewish Palestinian bull crap is you don't know the real history. Some of you know it on the left, some of you know it on the right, but if you take the time, the Harry Truman papers just came out this month. Palestine was a nation until 1947. And right after that, it was a British something that went down with it. And wait a minute, and the worst part about it, it was a video done by him. He designed this. They were going to take over Palestine piece by piece by piece, and he said it in his words. How can I move 5 million people without anybody noticing it? Now, as for my Jewish friends who really know the real thing that's going on over there, instead of arguing about this thing, we need to come together and do a godly thing about this. Instead of arguing, I want this, the Palestinians want the Jews in the Red Sea, and the Jews want them in the other sea. Where in the heck is you gonna go? Your cousins, your kinfolk. It's bad enough y'all got black folks in America fighting each other in the United States, and the United States got y'all fighting each other too. Thank you. When is you gonna wake up and see what the heck is going on? They're scared of you. They're scared of me. Until you wake up and see what's going on, you're gonna get this house in order. And I ain't talking about them.
Scott Wilson here. Drora Patel.
Oh, yeah. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not expect the Rochester City Council to have a foreign policy. However, given the extraordinary disconnect between the will of the people and the actions of our federal officials, I believe it's necessary for you as the representatives of those who live in this city to convey to those officials the depth and urgency of concern regarding this issue. I'm speaking to you not only as a resident of Rochester, but as a leader of the Jewish community who speaks for the growing majority of American Jews supporting a ceasefire. I realize that you may be hearing from local Jewish institutional leaders opposing the resolution in support of a ceasefire. While they may claim to speak for the Jewish community, Jews have no centralized authority or body that is actually empowered to do so. Sadly, the self-appointed leadership is increasingly disconnected from the views of the majority of American Jews who are critical of the actions of the Israeli government. I know that a related concern is that supporting a ceasefire is anti-Semitic. There are certainly those who conflate any criticism of the Israeli government with anti-Semitism. However, most American Jews understand that any government, including our own, is a valid subject of criticism. I'm also speaking as a member of Rabbis for Ceasefire, a global movement of Jewish spiritual leaders who believe our deepest Jewish values concerning the sanctity of human life, the imperative to seek peace, and the call to justice are at stake in the continued destruction of Gaza and its people. At this moment of great moral reckoning, we're speaking out to fulfill the most sacred obligation in Jewish tradition, pikuach nefesh, saving a life. The call for ceasefire is a call for life, for Israelis and Palestinians, and one I hope all of you will share. I also want to ask, please don't cheer or clap. This is not a football game. We're not rooting for sides. These are profound, beloved human lives, and I hope that we can treat that subject with that respect.
Joseph Bradley.
I just want to let the council people know that this Israeli woman, the Zionist woman, is recording all the Jews who are speaking out against Israel. She should put her phone on.
After asking security just to have somebody stop recording
She has
her.
the right.
No, she does not have the right to
Ladies and
record
gentlemen,
people who are,
ladies
that's
and
a security
gentlemen,
issue.
We will have security, have a conversation,
and not
but
get the camera
we're
in
not
your face.
able to stop someone from recording the council chambers.
Okay, are you Joseph Bradley, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Joseph Bradley will be followed by Ama Chico.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the reassessment issue, and I'm going to read from the New York State. Oh, mic's not in. Can you hear me now? I'm going to read from the New York State Penal Law and want you to consider Article 20 and Section 195 when you make your decision on what to do about the reassessment. Article 20, criminal liability for conduct of another. When one person engages in conduct which constitutes an offense, another person is criminally liable for such conduct when acting with the mental capability required for the commission thereof. He solicits, requests, commands, importunes, or intentionally aids such person to engage in such conduct. Section 195, official misconduct. A public servant is guilty of official misconduct when, with the intent to obtain a benefit or deprive another person of a benefit, he commits an act relating to his office but constituting an unauthorized exercise of his official functions, knowing that such act is unauthorized, or he knowingly refrains from performing a duty which is imposed upon him by law or is clearly inherent in the nature of his office. Now, we're all not ignorant. We know how our government institutions work across this country. There are backroom deals made and promises made. I want you all to consider Article 20 and Section 195 when you decide on this decision about reassessment. Because if you're sitting in front of a prosecutor, that is the wrong time to be thinking about Article 20 and Section 195. Thank you very much.
Is there Ama Shipo here? How about Leah Goldman? Leah Goldman. Leah Goldman will be followed by Ram Haddad.
Good evening. As a woman and a mother, I stand before you today with an aching heart, deeply troubled by the plight of the innocent people whose lives have been cut short and forever shattered because of hate. Hate for peace, hate for democracy, hate for the other, and hatred of life itself. I'm here to serve as a voice for the innocent human beings who were brutally murdered and savagely kidnapped on October 7th, some of whom are still captive. Many of these young women, many of them raped by Hamas terrorists, some who are believed to be pregnant as a result. The suffering and horrors these human beings have endured and continue to endure on a daily basis are incomprehensible. It is sickening to me that the memorializing resolution proposed by Stanley Martin and supported by people who claim to be champions of human rights is silent on the brutal sexual violence used by Hamas to terrorize the hostages and their families at home. It is absolutely inappropriate for the City Council of Rochester, New York, to opine on events transpiring in foreign countries that they have no expertise in. This resolution, to me, is simply a performative gesture to further an agenda of hate against one specific community. However, if any type of resolution is to be approved, it would be grossly negligent for this body, elected to represent the entire city, to boil down a deeply complex situation into a bite-sized 5 paragraphs that excludes many of its constituents' beliefs. Any resolution passed must be one that unequivocally condemns the sexual violence and rape committed by Hamas terrorists and demand the safe return of all of the hostages.
Thank you. Can you hear me? 1, 2. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Can we louder? Perfect. 1, 2. Good. Can you hear me now? Good. Good.
Speak directly into the mic and use your outside voice, sir.
1, 2. Perfect. Good. 2 cousins of my wife went to a music festival during the ceasefire period. Both of them got shot in their legs and held hostages for over 50 days. Unfortunately, one of them has been in a wheelchair since she got operated by a Palestinian vet. I'm against war and call for a ceasefire in a peaceful way. But we cannot forget that one side of the equation is official terrorist mob as defined by the US government. There will not be a ceasefire until the hostages will be released. You can scream and protest all day long, but rape is not resistance. Rape is not resistance. You can call for ceasefires all day long, but then you cannot break into a music festival during a ceasefires with automatic guns, killing and raping innocent peoples. You cannot call ceasefires and then brutally attack someone and break his skulls in the very quarter of Brighton. You cannot call for ceasefires and then show dead bodies parts outside our kids' schools. You cannot call for ceasefires and then burn flags of the USA here outside the Assembly Hall. We want a ceasefire, but it will not be a ceasefire until Hamas release all the hostages. God bless America. Thank you.
Mercury Carly? Okay. Will be followed by Theo Tromdala.
Hi, my name is Mercury Carly. I was born and raised in Rochester, and I'm here to show my support.
Can you pull the mic down just a little bit?
Sorry.
Pause
Is that better?
it. A little bit closer to you.
There?
There you go.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My name is Mercury Carly. I was born and raised in Rochester, and I'm here to show my support for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and an end to U.S. military support for Israel. Additionally, I urge City Council to call for the renewal of U.S. aid to the UNRWA, an organization providing life-saving food aid that has been smeared as a terrorist group based on unsubstantiated claims obtained through torture. Some people have asked why so many of us feel so strongly about something occurring on the other side of the planet. I'm here not only because my tax dollars are funding this atrocity, not only because my elected officials have repeatedly called into question the Palestinian death toll, but because I have almost lost loved ones to eating disorders, and I have seen the misery that prolonged hunger brings. I cannot comprehend the magnitude of the suffering that the people of Gaza have faced throughout these months, but I also can't stop thinking about it, and I cannot sit at home tonight and say nothing. Regardless of the complexity of the situation, continued inaction will cost lives, as it has cost lives. Ceasefire now and permanently.
Okay, and followed by Samantha Dinga.
Hello. Tonight I have heard people speak about life and about death. That's why we're all here, yes? And about the suffering that it causes. As human beings, we have a need to be free from suffering. All of us. People have quoted statistics to you. People have quoted personal stories to you. I could stand here and read you a list of names of the dead. What would that do? What would it do? Getting our needs met by supporting, condoning, ignoring, or denying violence, loss of life, genocide. These are ineffective and costly ways to get our needs met. The needs that we have to be free from suffering. That is what everyone is talking about. It is costing us too much. It is costing some of us our humanity. Please, there is no danger. There is only the fulfillment of our needs to be free from suffering if we support a ceasefire permanently. There is no other choice. Ceasefire when? Now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha Dinga, and I'm here to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. As of today, Gaza's Ministry of Health has reported over 104,000 people as injured or killed in Israel's ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people. Rochester's population is a little over 210,000. I cannot imagine what it would be like for half of our city to be dead, injured, or dying right now. All people deserve a safe place to live, from New York to Gaza. In addition to a permanent ceasefire, we need to pass the rent stabilization, and we must complete a valid vacancy study. Housing is a human right. Thank you.
Will be followed by Rachel Present.
Ramadan Kareem. Since its inception in 1984, Hamas designated its mission to destroy Israel and every Jewish person worldwide. Nothing in its charter mentions reconstruction and advancing the Palestinian people. Since it seized power in the Gaza Strip in 2007, it used and still uses violence to quiet and oppress its opposition from within with brutal tactics. The same tactics Hamas terrorists used on October 7th victims mercilessly and heartlessly. You talk about injustice? Hamas denies basic civil rights to its own people, especially women, the LGBTQ community, and non-Muslims. It diverts any humanitarian aid meant for Palestinian civilians to its own need, profiting on the backs of the Palestinian people in Gaza. Hamas uses international financial aid to build rocket launch pads on rooftops of public buildings such as schools, hospitals, residential dwellings, putting its own people at grave danger by launching into Israel. This resolution should condemn Hamas for what it really is, a terrorist organization that forced a war on its own people, causing so much pain, suffering, and death. The resolution should acknowledge the harm caused by Hamas to the Palestinian people, not reward Hamas. The resolution should acknowledge the suffering of the Israelis who experienced a bloodbath in their homes, rape, and brutal torture, in addition to years of being constantly bombed by Hamas missiles. This council should vote on a resolution that calls for the immediate release of the 134 Israeli hostages and the Palestinian people from the claws of Hamas. Bring them home!
Followed by Kenneth Pryor.
Rochester is the only city of comparable size in this nation where more than half the children live in poverty. We have the highest rate of extreme poverty in the United States. I spent years working for Tom Ferraro at FoodLink and Louise Slaughter in Washington. Rochester runs in my blood, the fourth generation of proud Rochesterians. I am ashamed of what is happening in this city in 2024. Why aren't you? I have spent the last 14 years living in Israel, and I promise you I am more opposed to Israel's current government than you are. For nearly a year leading up to October 7th, I protested the government of Israel almost every week, including through a high-risk pregnancy. 3 days before giving birth and less than 2 weeks after, I was out at protests. Israel's government should be ashamed. I do not stand here because I support Bibi Netanyahu. I stand here because the terror of what is happening to Kfir Bibas, the baby kidnapped by Hamas at 7 months old, and what Hamas is doing to the children of Gaza should be of no relevance to this group, while the children of Rochester shiver and starve. And most fundamentally, I stand here because I too care deeply about the people of Gaza, The people of Gaza deserve so much better than the terror of Hamas, who forced Dalia Ziyada, an outspoken Palestinian critic of Hamas, to flee her home in Egypt after her life was threatened. If you sign on to this resolution, you will stand against the people of Israel and against the Palestinian people of Gaza. You will stand against Israel, a liberal democracy where 20% of the population is Arab-Israeli, and where polls show 70% of the Arab-Israeli population stands with Israel. Do you know better than Israel's Arab citizens what would be best for the Palestinians? I don't think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, just for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. For a moment, I really don't want to do another recess. Let me just say this, I really do not want to do another recess. So please, let us continue to go through the list, and it'll be my preference if we can keep going, speaker after speaker, to allow everyone that's in the room to be heard tonight. So please, let's continue in that vein. I would like to hear everyone tonight, and let's not, if we can avoid chanting and cheering after each speaker, that will help us ensure that council members can hear everyone's voice. Deputy Clerk.
Kenneth Pryor. Kenneth Pryor here. Yitzi Hine. Yitzi Hine. Yolanda Dinkins. Yolanda Dinkins will be followed by Riley Shalacy.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the reassessment. I went to a reassessment meeting and had...
I'm going to pause. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to be able to hear the speaker, so if we can eliminate chatter right now, and then bring the mic closer, ma'am, please. And we'll start the time over, Jill. You may proceed now.
Okay, I went to my reassessment meeting. I made the appointment, went to my reassessment meeting, took off of work. I had the guy come through, explain everything to me. He compared the house to down the street from mine. He said, we'll base this off of yours, plus this is fully remodeled, and we'll take off deductions for remodeling for it. He said, you'll receive a letter the first week of March. I received the letter the first week of March. It was no changes on there. They marked my assessment up over 200%, which I didn't think was fair because I live in a neighborhood where I have to listen to a factory, which I complained about, that makes noise. I got buzzing sounds that come through my house 24 hours. We got people who play loud music all day, 18-wheeler trucks that ride over our curbs that we haven't had curbs in years around there. Yeah. So I just say I would like a pause. Like my daughter, she pays rent, and a pause. She pays over $1,000 for rent. So her rent will go up when the assessments go up. Elderly people, like people are leaving New York State at a high rate amount because of the high taxes in New York State. So I would just ask for a pause to just work something out. I could see it going up a little bit, but just raising it dramatically like that is ridiculous. Thank you.
Riley Shalacy will be followed by Amanda Chestnut.
I'm going to face the people that I think are the most important. My name is Riley Shalacy, artist and renter in the 19th Ward. I am here to speak about primarily the BID, the Business Improvement District. When I look closely, when I do my research and I do my cyber stalking, and I keep my little spreadsheet of everybody and what they're connected to and who pays them, well, it starts to look less and less like a who owns what and who's affiliated with what. And it starts to look more like a who owns who, with a lot of conflicts of interest at play. I am also here tonight to show my support for a new vacancy study. And on my topic of conflicts of interest, I'd like to voice my concern that one of the agencies that conducted the original vacancy study in 2019 was the Highland Planning Committee, the same group that is conducting the research for the Business Improvement District. And I can tell you from firsthand working with them and doing their surveys, they twist things. They will twist your words to be in favor of their bid. So I am right now urging the City of Rochester to create a new nonpartisan committee to conduct this more fair vacancy study that's been proposed. I'd also like to mention while I'm up here, I'm a cyclist in Rochester, and this City Hall has absolutely no bike rack. We've got people locked to a stop sign, and I'm locked to something across the street. Can we at least get a bike rack at this place?
Amanda Chestnut.
I'm just going to follow Riley and
Jennifer Bannister.
I'm just going to follow Riley and keep the microphone turned around. Good evening, Rochester. I'm going to put my professor hat on. Go ahead and say good evening, Professor Chestnut. I would like to talk to you today for a moment about intersectionality. And it's a topic that's come up many, many times over the course of this evening, but hasn't been addressed directly. So who I would like you to encourage you to look up. Go ahead, pull out your cell phone. I know you got it because everybody's pockets got checked on the way in. Fannie Lou Hamer. Do you know who Fannie Lou Hamer is?
Yes, ma'am.
There are some people in the room who don't. There's a couple people who look confused. You need to know who Fannie Lou Hamer is. Go ahead and look her up. She was instrumental in the development of SNCC. She was also instrumental in the Summer of Freedom rides, which have already come up once during the conversation tonight. Because intersectionality means, as Fannie Lou Hamer has said, nobody is free until everybody's free. That means that the homeowners in Rochester are not free until we are all free. That means that the small businesses in the inner loop that are trying to be taken over by the Business Improvement District, none of those people are free until we are all free. That means that Palestinians are not free until we are all free. We must work together, not just for our own individual freedom, but for the freedom of us all.
Jennifer Bannister. Be followed by John Below.
Good evening, councilors. First of all, I just want to appreciate folks who have worked on the ceasefire resolution. I also want to say no bid and protect the renters in both ways, the reassessments and the rent stabilization. We come here a lot, and at this point, this is about the ceasefire, and we have worked together, all of us, on trying to fight violence and the cycles of retaliation in our city amongst young people. And so many of the things that we have identified as root causes, systemic injustices, displacement through urban renewal, redlining, through trapping people in neighborhoods with substandard housing, unaddressed trauma, and just over and over, the way that we know that the root causes just keep creating more and more retaliation. And that's what we've seen in Israel and Palestine. And so I'll just read a little bit of my speech. I was about to throw this thing away. So I've just watched really closely as public officials at the state and federal levels have ignored all logic about the war crimes. They have ignored, like, there are people who have advocated forever for gun safety, common sense gun safety laws and mental health, housing, and then understanding that the historical wrongs to indigenous people and displacement. And then they're accepting APAC funds, and they are fueling occupation and bombing, allowing the bombs to fall. We can take a different path, and you as local officials actually have a lot to say. It really matters what comes out of the municipalities. We've already heard that in 1985, we actually signed on against the apartheid regime in South Africa, and in the end, we can do that again. It will demonstrate to young people that we can use our words instead of bombs and guns. And thank you.
Hello, dear City Council members. I am representing myself, but I am a person of faith, and my Unitarian Universalist faith moves me to be here tonight in body and voice to urge you to pass MR 1024, calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I have read it and found the language sound and inclusive of our community and consistent with our values and commitments to equity and anti-racism. The International Court of Justice has already issued 6 provisional measures ordering Israel to prevent and punish incitement of genocide and to ensure humanitarian aid and services reach Palestinians in Gaza. We are also currently witnessing a dangerous assault on the meaning of words themselves, as narratives are being wrangled and voices suppressed by a global rise in fascism. The fact that the slaughter and forced starvation of thousands of children in Gaza is being framed and supported by our tax dollars as anything resembling self-defense is chilling. We have got to stand by the meaning of the words we use to express our values by the actions that we take. So I urge you to keep words like humanity, compassion, equity, and sanctuary close to your hearts and pass this resolution for a ceasefire now in Gaza. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. Free Palestine!
Followed by Ethne Lawrence.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can all of you hear me? Yes. Because this microphone is so good, let me tell you. Last time I was here, I compared a lot of you to the mayor in Jaws. And that wasn't fair. That wasn't fair to the mayor in Jaws. Because at least he eventually realized that he was putting people in danger. Now, how many of you might be getting a little bit of help or money if this bid comes through? How many of you are going to be doing well with this? Can we see your records? You show that? How many of you are actually, really going to change or do anything about the assessments? Or asking, hey, how many buildings in this city are actually empty? How much are we going to have to pay for the people who own downtown buildings, who got those buildings at a fraction of the cost and then got massive tax cuts? And then they want you to have a bid set up so we have to pay for their repairs and everything they need to do in their buildings. And how many kids in this city are not getting a proper education? And you guys wonder why we think you're not doing your job. Some of you just like get up and go in the middle of meetings. I don't know if it's you got small old man bladder or old lady bladder. I don't care. I've been sitting here for an hour already. And I've been listening to a lot of stuff. People yelling at each other, screaming at each other like they're in the middle of a soccer match or something. And we're talking about serious things. I've not heard anybody say that what Hamas did was good. I've not heard anybody say what Israel's doing is great either. So cool it.
Ethelene Lawrence? Is Ethelene Lawrence here? Ryan Acuff? Ryan Acuff? Liam Ed? Ryan Acuff will be followed by Liam Enright.
Good evening, members of council. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, to pause and reform the reassessment process, to act to stabilize rents in Rochester, and of course, no to the big bad bid. I think it's absolutely proper for this council to be consistent, principled in support of peace, human rights, and liberation from Rafah to Rochester. This is absolutely a time for us all to stand up and stand together. I understand that sometimes going with the status quo is easier and more comfortable, but this is a time for us all to work together and be courageous. As far as the rents, I think the question would be how bad would it have to get? So one of the things I just sent around was a recent article in the New York Times this week that showed that Rochester had the dubious ranking of 8th of all cities in the United States in rent increases. Record spiraling rent increases. Now, based on individual conversations with council, it's clear that there is a vast majority of support of doing the vacancy study to move in the right direction. So what we need is decisive action. What we want is on March 26th, at least 5 council members to get together, co-introduce legislation in favor of authorizing the funds for the vacancy study, directing the administration to do an RFP, and making sure the vacancy study is done by the end of the summer. We need decisive action. It's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse. This is within your power, and I'm asking you to be courageous. Thank you.
Liam Enright will be followed by Crescenzo Scipione.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to demand that City Council pass Resolution 001024, calling on our government to act immediately to secure a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. It is completely intolerable that billions of our tax dollars are being used to facilitate the slaughter and starvation of the people of Gaza. Many of us in this room have expressed as much to our President and our congressional representatives repeatedly over the past 5 months as we have witnessed the death toll rise to over 30,000 people. Yet Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, and Joe Morelli continue to refuse to listen to our demand for a ceasefire. Thus, we must continue with one voice as a city, as a community, to make this demand as loudly and clearly as possible. Frederick Douglass said, "Power concedes nothing without a demand." Here in Rochester, our community has adopted Frederick Douglass as something of a symbol of ourselves and of our values. We see his image immortalized in bronze on Exchange Boulevard and on South Avenue. We've named our airport in his honor. To fail to adopt this resolution, to fail to call for an end to U.S. support for the system of racialized violence and segregation faced by the Palestinian people would be to betray the values of Frederick Douglass, of our espoused values as a city, and most harmful of all, it would be to betray our own Palestinian community members, whom this council must recognize as equally deserving of the right to life and liberty as any other people. The members of this council must pass the ceasefire resolution or forfeit their ability to ever again look upon Frederick Douglass's image or meet the gaze of their Palestinian constituents without being overcome with shame. I'd also like to voice my opposition to the bid and my support for pause and the vacancy assessment. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Crescenzo Scipione. I'm here with Metro Justice and the Rochester Committee to End Apartheid. Metro Justice has been part of this community since 1965 and has long stood for peace and justice around the world, as well as here in Rochester. We've stood against U.S. imperialism in Latin America, the apartheid regime in South Africa, and U.S. wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. We stand always against both Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Today, we stand with our many brothers, sisters, and friends of good conscience to oppose Netanyahu's genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Since October 7th, Israel's bombs have killed more than 30,000 Palestinian civilians, including at least 13,642 children. That's more than half the number of students in our city schools. Children aren't terrorists, and bombing them cannot be called self-defense. It can only be called mass murder. 1.4 million people have been forced to flee to the small city of Rafah, less than 25 square miles. For reference, that's roughly proportionate to cramming the entire population of Rochester inside the inner loop and then bombing it. The United Nations International Court of Justice has unanimously confirmed what was already plain for us to see, that Netanyahu is committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Israeli politicians are already planning how to settle Gaza once its ethnic cleansing is complete. And in defiance of international law, human decency, and the very idea of God, the United States, under genocide Joe Biden, has done absolutely nothing to stop the atrocities. Let's be clear. More than 25,000 tons of bombs dropped on Gaza are U.S.-made bombs launched from U.S.-made planes, U.S.-made drones, and U.S.-made artillery emplacements funded by U.S. tax dollars. So unless any of you are tax evaders, the blood of thousands of innocent children is on your hands too. It's all of our problem. The United States must stop all of the more than $3 billion in military, diplomatic, and economic aid to Israel to stop this genocide. Also, we're the third poorest city in the country. Do rent control. It's common sense.
Is Paul Disk in here? No? Are you Itai?
Yes. My name is Itai. I'm 16 years old.
We can't hear you. We'll start over and bring the mic a little bit closer, please.
My name is Itai. I'm 16 years old, and I'm beginning to look at colleges. I never thought I would have to look at a college and consider whether a Jewish student would feel safe on campus. Resolutions like this one terrify me and my friends, who are also Jews. Because of this, it feels like Rochester doesn't want us here. In my opinion, this council wants a better future rather than focusing on conflict across the world, which focus on what's happening here in Rochester. You could use this power that you have to bring different groups of teenagers like myself to have a dialogue and build a better future for all of us. We are tomorrow's leaders. You are giving us a bad example of what it is to lead. Instead of you bringing people together, you are tearing this community apart. You are making Jewish students feel unsafe. You are sending a message to Hamas that it is okay to target Jewish kids like me. Hamas is a terrorist organization, and while many people think that supporting such a resolution is a vote for peace, it is in fact the opposite. Rochester should be a community where everyone feels safe and free to be who they are, whatever religion they are. But tonight you are doing just the opposite of that. So I urge you not to sign this resolution, and instead work for a brighter future for all of us.
Thank you.
Liza Truman here. Rami Cat. Right. You're supposed to reach again? Yeah? She's supposed to reach you, girl. I heard nothing. I just hear these two. No, she goes.
Excuse me. Can we maintain order in the room and please be respectful of everyone here?
What's your name, sir?
Rami Katz.
Excuse me, before we move forward.
Can you hear me?
It is my, let me reiterate something, please, to everyone in the room. It is my hope that we do not recess again and that we do not end the meeting. I would like to hear from everyone in the room, so please be respectful of everyone in the room. Gentlemen, your time.
Thank you. Good evening. First, I want to start by thanking all the workers, staff, and security that are here so late, making all this happen. So thank you. For the last 20 years, I've been involved in economic development in the city of Rochester and the county of Monroe, helping people find jobs. I've never been involved in local politics, but tonight I could not say idly by. I'm here to speak against the ceasefire resolution. We have all heard the saying, no justice, no peace. But this resolution is calling for peace before justice has been served. No justice, no peace, but this resolution de facto supports Hamas, a terrorist organization that, just as the United Nations declared, there is irrefutable evidence they murdered and raped women and children, but we are calling to reward them with this resolution. We're saying no justice, no peace, but just today, the U.S. National Security Advisor, on behalf of the Biden administration, said, you can see it on the press releases of the White House, we could have a ceasefire right now if Hamas agrees to release women and elderly. But Hamas rejects that. Hamas rejected that. It's not my words, it's not Israel's words, it's the US government's word. Think about it. Hamas prefers to continue torturing women and children, Israeli and American citizens, instead of getting a ceasefire. And we want to reward them for that. My friend Shadi Abu Fares is a colonel in the IDF. He is currently in Gaza fighting Hamas. He's a proud Israeli Muslim, one of many Israeli Muslims who fight Hamas. Because Hamas killed Christians, Jews, Druze, Muslims. They killed the people of all races, of all colors. This resolution is calling to support them and to reward them. No justice, no peace. We should not support terrorists. So please, don't make Rochester a place where terrorism is welcome and is rewarded.
Hi, I'm here to talk about our guidance. The guidance is our childs, the youth that are going on the streets, violence and non-violence. Even education. City School District is accountable for returning those kids to school, not to allow them to be around in the Rochester area doing crimes while they're supposed to be in school. So I'm here just for you as a guidance, and you're guiding all the Rochester here to let you know that enough is enough. Our youth are killing each other, okay? And we have to stop that. We have to learn to be equal and take those kids out of the street and get them to jobs, go education, or job training if they have to go. But don't let them destroy our Rochester and destroy their life, because they're killing each other with drugs and with guns. That's all I'm talking about.
She'll be followed by Odette Spindler.
She's here. You made it.
Good evening, everyone. I had a bunch of stuff, but I am really wiped out. This is past my bedtime. And Maria is one of the new neighbors on my mother's street, and I wanted to be supportive of her in her quest to follow up on things that are her concerns in the neighborhood. So 15 minutes before I was to pick her up, I got an urgent call from my sister that my mother fell, my 89-year-old mother fell, and it looked like she had broken both of her wrists. So the ambulance got there. I told Maria, just give me 15 minutes because I need to figure out what I was going to do, because I let her down yesterday and I felt really bad. So I didn't want to repeat that, being that we're on to a new relationship.
And I think
You're welcome. So I have 7 other siblings, so I figured they could pick up the slack until I got done with this. I didn't know this was going to take as long as it did. So she's still at the hospital. All I want to do now is say, pause the reassessment. You're not doing enough for Voiceless of Verona. They really deserve more help. They're representing the entire community. And I just want to say, pray for Rochester, because we need it. If there was no other proof that I needed, it was tonight being here for this length of time and hearing all the back and forth. I know we can do better. Just pray for Rochester. Thank you.
Will be followed by
Good evening. Can you hear me? Obviously, I came to speak about a topic that's close to my heart, but I think that it's really a shame that you're dealing with the Israel-Hamas situation. You don't have a jurisdiction. We even discuss it. I can tell you about the atrocities of Hamas in Israel. I can tell you about the fact that Hamas is a terrorist organization as defined by the US government. I can tell you many things about Hamas and Israel. It's not going to help. You shouldn't even discuss this topic because it's not your jurisdiction. There is international diplomacy, there is local diplomacy. You should be focusing on early childcare education. You should care for poverty in your jurisdiction. You should care for your people, the tax. Why are you increasing taxes on your people? Why are you doing that? Israel is defending itself. Nobody wants to see these terrible developments. What Hamas did on October 7th is atrocities that this world should never have seen. You should stick to your jurisdiction, which is governing your constituency, your voter base. This is your problem, not over the sea.
If we can get some more around, please. We will pause for a moment.
Bring it there, and when it's your time, talk right into it.
It's pronounced Allegra Jujits. Allegra Jujits, the DZIE, DZIC, yeah, all good. Yeah, so I'm definitely not as eloquent as a lot of people who have spoken tonight, so I'm going to keep it quick. I am just here to stand with the people of Rochester who I so dearly love and have seen in the streets fighting for each other and fighting for justice. And what that looks like to me is a ceasefire, rent control, a pause on the reassessment, and no bid. Thank you.
Hello. I prepared a few things to say, but I'll speak from my heart after I heard what people were saying here. So I heard a lot of people speaking here, and a lot of the things that I am assuming the information is coming from social media and from information that is not verified. I grew up in Israel. I served in the Israeli military. I was wounded in the Israeli military by a kid throwing a rock at my face. I am here to say, Israel, there is a lot of information that people do not understand. Israel left Gaza 20 years ago. There is no presence of Israel in Gaza for 20 years. People who call Israel an apartheid do not understand. They actually minimize the suffer of those who went through apartheid. People who suffer for apartheid, they had segregation. If you go in Israel, there are Arabs in every field in Israel. There are Ahmed Tibi, he's in the Israeli parliament. There are doctors in Israeli hospitals. There are dentists, musicians. You can find them in any field. Any museum you go, there are signs in Hebrew, in Arabic, in English. So every person who calls here Israel an apartheid apparently never visited Israel, does not know. And a lot of the information, I feel for the kids, in Palestine, and I think that if anybody here cares for the kids in Palestine, we should release Gaza from Hamas, not from Israel. We should let a reasonable people to govern Hamas.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
All right.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hold for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 o'clock. It's early to start. We want to hear from everyone. We will be here to hear from everyone, but I really need everyone to allow everyone their 2 minutes of time.
They don't even live in the city.
So please, we have a process. We have a process, and everyone is allowed to speak, regardless of residency. So please allow everyone to speak. Thank you.
Free speech. We just don't want to hear the lies.
Liz McGriff.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
If you can pull the mic a little bit closer, Liz.
Is it?
A little bit
Can you
closer.
hear me? Okay.
There we go.
My name is Liz, and I'm from the Citywide Tenant Union. I support ceasing the fire, ceasing killing people and children. I also support the vacancy study, and I also support ceasing the tax assessment as well. One of the things we really need is a vacancy study for folks in our community. There's a way to do it, and the phases is the City Council issuing or authorizing the City of Rochester to do a vacancy study. And so the vacancy study would be different from the original one that was done in 2020. It would have stricter guidelines, so we want you to use those guidelines. The second phase is City Council to hold a public hearing and declare a housing state of emergency and put forth a resolution so the City of Rochester can opt in to rent control. The third phase is the Rochester City Council can get nominees from the community, members, to create a rent guidelines board. And with the rent guidelines board, it's made up of community members as well as landlords and tenants. And the fourth phase is once the guideline board is set up, they do a community assessment, a meeting with the community to Yeah, a community with the, a meeting with the community. And then the city opts into the vacancy rate study. Thank you.
Kevin Lockhart, and he will be followed by Barbara McMinn.
It was very rude for a member of the PAB to interrupt the nice lady who was speaking. And he was going to be removed for heckling, but the deputy chief intervened and let him sit in here. So I'm going to make a statement here, but I guess this is the type of behavior we could expect from the lunatic fringe. All right. I want to acknowledge everyone who's here tonight, and thank you all for coming out here to speak out. I want to mention, first of all, that Dansville resident Ryan Corbett has been held hostage by the Taliban in Kabul. Furthermore, of course, I would like to call for a ceasefire here in Rochester because kids are stealing cars and driving around hanging machine guns out the window and killing each other. Our crime is through the roof because our city government isn't doing their job by establishing elected committees for areas like the 19th Ward, Maplewood, Lyle Otis, and Upper Falls. That money is just going missing in transit. It's clear that there's a collective desire for peace and justice to prevail among all of us here. And I believe that the tides are indeed turning, and it's up to all of us to steer the course toward a better future. We need to take power for the people by establishing an equal number of elected committees in the city, as there are in the suburbs of Monroe County. Establishing elected school and town level election committees in Rochester is a critical first step toward establishing a democracy. By establishing elected committees for each neighborhood in Rochester, communities will be able to receive and allocate public funds autonomously. There are hundreds of elected committees in Monroe County whose job is to distribute funding to infrastructure, and only about 18 trustees elected in Rochester compared to the several hundred seats elected across the county. The structure of the election districts means that Rochester has only 1/5 of the vote. Residents of Rochester only have 1/5 of the vote compared to Monroe County residents. The vote is totally diluted. And by the way, profoundly racist. Thank you.
My name is Barbara McMinn. I'm a retired caseworker from Monroe County with experience in both child protective and adult protective. This reassessment will hurt children, families, and seniors. The ratio of homeowners to renters in the city of Rochester is 37%, which is very low. We have already seen that the rents in Rochester are too high, and it is a huge problem. We should be encouraging home ownership. This reassessment will result in more homelessness. There are already too many children attending the Rochester City School District that are homeless. How can children expect to be successful and to graduate if they are homeless? Seniors on fixed income could be forced to sell their homes if they cannot afford their taxes. If these seniors are forced to sell their homes, where are they going to go? It is naive to think that higher assessment will not result in higher taxes. If not now, it will be in the future. We have tried to help people to challenge these assessments, and when we had the informal meetings were already filled up, and we now have to go to the more formal process, which is very much more cumbersome and a lot more paperwork. I am asking you to pause this, to do a pause for 2 years, to give us time to assess, to study this reassessment and the ramifications to the community. Please support the pause, stand up for the people that voted you in, and please do not be influenced by anyone, even the mayor of Rochester. Please stand up for the people and do the right thing.
And he will be followed by Elizabeth Brown.
First of all, I'd like to thank the 4 council members that stood up for the people and be counted. We really appreciate that. The other ones that don't want to stand up for the people, you'll be counted in November. Okay, just remember that. Our votes matter. Why higher reassessments? City is telling you your taxes aren't going to go up, some of them. But why do you reassess them? Twice as much, 3 times as much, 4 times as much? There's a reason for it. It might not raise up right away, but it's going to raise up and it's going to be drastic. And what's going to be the problem with that is now you're going to have homelessness. Poor people that are struggling just to make a living, especially retirees that worked hard their whole life for their house, is now going to on the edge because they're deciding, do I pay my medicine? Do I pay my mortgage? What do I pay? Do they sell their house? That isn't feasible. We've already got a problem with the houses in the city now with not having enough ownership, and now you're going to have less by reassessing it. That's just not acceptable. It's just not acceptable. And this country was built by poor people. Our ancestors come over here, whether they were forced over here or they come over on their own accord. They were forced to build this country what it is today, and I hate to see it destroyed by high taxes. There's no reason for it, none whatsoever. And it's just a shame. It's a shame. Shame on the city of Rochester for doing this. And the only solution is pause, get control of it, see why they can come up with this one here is going to pay 5 times as much for a reassessment, and this one here might stay the same. That's not acceptable. Thank you.
Elizabeth Myers will be followed by Karen D'Amico.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to all of us all this time. My name is Elizabeth Myers. I live not in the city, I live in the village of Scottsville. However, I am a retired Rochester City School District teacher, and my church is here in Rochester, and I'll get to a relationship with my church in a minute. People will never stop wanting to be free. Defeating Hamas would not end the Palestinians' legitimate desire to have their land, their homes, have water, have food, have a way to communicate. Thus, I urge you to vote for this ceasefire resolution, which has been carefully developed by some of you here. Carefully developed. Our city of Rochester has a history of progressivism. You've heard about that, the famous names that I won't repeat. And so I'm urging you to tap into that progressive history and to continue doing the right thing, doing the thing that has been done by many cities across our country, Seattle, San Francisco, Chicago, our own state capital, Albany, and that is to vote for a ceasefire. Lastly, my church here is in Rochester. We have a food cupboard on our church lawn. We collect food every month and take it to Cameron Community Ministries right here in the city. And we know and we see people in our own building and elsewhere that are hungry. And so if nothing else will help us choose for ceasefire, I urge us not to use our money to drop bombs on people, but instead to keep taxes to feed the people that are here. Thank you.
Karen D'Amico, Natasha Rivera. Natasha Rivera from the town of Bay, to be followed by Imam Abid Thompson.
Blacks and Latinos make up about 58% of the city's population, and so we also make up the bulk of the city's poverty rate, while only 10% of the city's population living in poverty is white. A lot of the poverty here is due to systematic racism in our city's institutions. The first institution I would like you all to address is our inner city schools. 57% of students in the city who are over the age of 16 cannot read above a 6th grade level. We know all too well that a lack of investment in our city students further perpetuates child poverty, in which Rochester is currently ranked number 5 in the nation. We know all too well that a low-quality education is directly linked to racism, income inequality, underemployment, and a direct correlation to the prison industrial complex. I ask that you allocate all available resources to the enrichment of our city's educational system. The second institution is our local law enforcement. We know the type of racist values that are historically ingrained in the RPD's training, and far too often I have personally experienced officers who are fine experts at agitating, instigating, and escalating for even the most minuscule of reasons. We're dealing with officers who, quite frankly, are not properly equipped to deal with the community in which they serve. And I demand that you reform the RPD so that they operate at the highest level of professionalism and expertise, especially when making the very crucial decision to open fire on a population who's consumed by poverty and mental health trauma. The last institution I want to mention is the city's pro-Israel propaganda machine. Remove the Israeli flag from in front of our county legislator building. It symbolizes a racist, terrorist, apartheid government that has no place in our city's democracy. I ask that you join the several other cities in approving a permanent ceasefire resolution in Palestine. To do otherwise is sending a clear message to the people that this panel endorses white supremacy locally and globally. The City of Rochester stands with the Palestinians.
I'm standing here today as the daughter of a Palestinian parent and a mother who has lived here throughout 28 years of brutal Israeli occupation. A family who continues to live under Israeli oppression, including a cousin of whom was imprisoned, a healthy man with no charges, and was released unstable to walk and so malnourished and starved, brutalized by Israel. This resolution today symbolizes the dignity in which our lives should be treated with. In a time where Israel is ethnically cleansing my people, we stand so proudly with the people of Palestine. I am proud that the City of Rochester is considering to pass a ceasefire resolution to affirm the humanity and dignity of Palestinians across Gaza who have now experienced a genocide over these last 5+ months. We know that Rochester will join over dozens of cities if it so chooses to pass this resolution, and it has the potential to join 70 other cities who have already passed this resolution. There are people in this city who have lost family members due to Israel's ongoing airstrikes and who now, in the midst of Ramadan, face death from starvation and dehydration, issues imposed upon by the Israeli regime. And with over 31,000 Palestinians now killed, and more than half of them being the population of children, resolutions like this are dire. This is a healthcare crisis because Israel has destroyed every hospital and has killed NICU babies when their lives could have been saved. This is a healthcare issue because every single hospital has been destroyed. This is a housing crisis because our homes have been destroyed. And this is a food security issue. And I say that to you, Mitch Gruber, because Israel has starved the people of Gaza, and it is important for us to recognize that. This is a matter that is extremely important for every single city council member to take into their hands. You have the ability to stand up in the face of morality and choose to stand on the right side of history. Stand with us, the Palestinians in your constituencies. Free Palestine.
From the town of Gates will be followed by Evans Findelman.
Thank you. This being an election year, I really hope enough Americans have had enough of being used by our government to continue enforcing global, colonial, racist occupation violence, murder, exploitation, and oppression of fellow human beings who are just as deserving of safety and liberation as we are. Enough of the ruling class counting on our overwhelm and apathy to keep fueling their sadistic power games. Enough of infinite sums appearing out of thin air to rescue banks and billionaires, while the wealth hoarding class bleeds us through every humanitarian and economic storm that comes, that they create. Enough of the systemic hate, imagined enemies and imagined wars, media propaganda telling us who to love, cancel, and fear. Meanwhile, the entire global population is doomed to suffer the effects of climate disaster in the days and decades to come, all due to the insatiable greed of the 1% profiting off the capitalist machine. Are we not yet sick enough of the ruling class stealing its citizens' tax money that could be used to drastically improve the lives of our own people to instead offer our unwanted military presence across the Middle East in a thinly veiled campaign to protect oil interests, and now to rain down a genocide upon a population of innocent men, women, and children who have done absolutely nothing to deserve the onslaught except to have been born in the way of their colonial overlords' genocidal agenda? We are expected to swallow the lie that Israel is targeting Hamas, while 5% of the civilian population has now been injured or murdered, when only 7 to 8% of the current population even voted for Hamas in the last election in 2006, and at least 40% of the population is under 14 years old. We're expected to close our eyes to their forced starvation and eradication, close our ears to the endless screams of mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and children, close our minds to the media's abysmal logic and shameless lies, and close our hearts to the words "never again." What is written in your resolution falls tragically short of even beginning to address the physical, mental, and emotional repercussions of this Holocaust the world watched in real time. Until you are advocating for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the immediate and permanent dissolution of the Israeli state and all Israeli settlements in Gaza and the West Bank, and allow immediate and massive humanitarian aid to enter Palestine, you have more writing to do.
Period. Woo!
Evan Spindleman from the town of Pittsburgh, followed by Dwight Robinson.
Hello, my name is Evan Spindleman, and I'm here tonight as a member of the Jewish community. I'm also a proud member of Temple Bethel and have been a member of Bethel my entire life. I want to be clear that I'm not here to represent the views of the synagogue, but rather explain briefly who I am and what I believe. I grew up in the city of Rochester, attended public school, and also attended Hebrew school. In the 1970s, waiting for my dad to pick me up in the Temple parking lot, I was routinely one of the last kids to go home. So I would stand in a deserted parking lot or sometimes wait inside the unlocked building on particularly cold days. I never felt unsafe. Forgotten, maybe, but never unsafe. I took for granted the security I felt within the community in which I lived. I knew anti-Semitism existed, but it seemed pretty far from my reality. What a difference 50 years makes. The temple is locked up like a fortress. There is hired security for every occasion at our temple, even board meetings that may have 20 to 30 people in attendance. So now, unfortunately, my antenna is up. I try not to overreact and keep everything in perspective. But there is no doubt that the world we all live in is less safe, and the world that I live in is even more less safe. And that is why I've chosen to speak here tonight. Insecurity as a Jew can be felt by overt expressions of hate and also by less subtle expressions of anti-Semitism. I think that is what we are dealing with here with the City Council resolution. Councilmember Martin, I have never heard of you until reading your resolution, so I decided to try to find out more about you online. When I visited your Facebook page, I wondered what your reaction was to October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. I fully expected to see expressions of sympathy for the slaughter of unarmed, innocent men, women, and children, and the abduction of hundreds of innocent Israeli civilians. There were numerous posts about a whole variety of things after October 7th, but nothing about the unprovoked Hamas attack. I was further disappointed to see that your very first point...
I will ask, moving forward, that everyone please, on both sides, not interrupt at the very end. Just let the 2 minutes happen, and then we'll end the conversation there. Thank you.
Are you Dwight Robinson?
I'm Dwight Robinson. All right, thank you. This is my third time speaking to the council ever. I want to start off and say the veneer of civilization is terribly thin. Good evening. I'm Dwight Robinson, founder of Rochester United for Fair Reassessments. I met many homeowners, renters experiencing the same concerns and fears that I had. We have met multiple times and could only come up with one solution: a pause. Rochester is amazing because of its people and their contributions. Increased property values have an impact on our insurance rates, rents, and health. Because a lot of people, when they got that letter on December 5th, they felt a palpation, all right? So that's how it affected health. A handful of people were in charge of assessing 65,000 properties in a short time. Anyone could be a city appraiser with a few classes. The city appraisers did 5-minute drive-by assessments. The results of their drive-by assessments are 68% average increase in all properties and a projected $3.2 billion in revenue for the city, taxes. That's where revenue is for the city. We're not expecting to pay nothing or avoid increased property values, but increases don't make any sense. They are up 100%, 200%, and in some cases 300%. We're asking for a 2-year pause in the process for the people of Rochester. The town of Irondequoit listened to its residents and paused. During the pause, the assessors took their time and appropriately assessed the properties to reflect what they are actually worth. Today, Irondequoit has one of the state's best valued markets to buy in and live in. I had the deputy assessor, Enza Minio, repeatedly call me "you people," and she said I'm a fear-mongerer at one of the city meetings. That hurt my feelings. Check it out. The bid sounds great in name only, but it gives a lot of tax breaks. Rent's too high, ceasefire in Palestine now.
Time's up, I'm sorry. Leonardo Bertrand. Brooklyn Bianchi. Brooklyn Bianchi is from the town of Greece and will be followed by Debbie Zeker.
Hi everyone, my name is Brooklyn Bianchi. I grew up in Rochester and I just recently came back from Denver to take care of my grandma who has dementia. Now that I'm living here, all of these issues that I heard tonight, I scrapped what I wanted to say, and I want to say that coming back from Denver, the rent here is the same, and I don't know how that's possible. So anything that you guys can do to take care of the people of the city of Rochester and make sure that people have affordable housing and a high quality of life, I think that's what needs to happen. Just like everybody else in this room wants the people of the world to have the same human rights and the quality of life that we all deserve. We all want to be safe. We all want our families to be safe. We all want other people to be safe because we all are connected. And at the end of the day, I'm here for a ceasefire. I am here to stand up for the people in Gaza. I'm here to stand up for the people in Palestine. I, as a person who lives in Rochester, New York, am affected every day with my mental health because of what's going on over there. I can't go about my life being a happy person, bringing joy to the people in my community, while sitting there feeling like I'm doing nothing, while there's people starving, while there's people being killed. And this isn't to say that the people of Israel don't deserve that same safety. This is about children being disproportionately murdered. This is about a genocide. And to sit here and watch and do nothing is wrong. And I just urge and ask every single one of you to take the time to look up your own statistics, look up the first-hand accounts of people who are there on the ground and see what they're seeing and what they're living. Would you want to live like that? Would you want your community to live like that? We as a global community need to stand together and we need to prevent a genocide. And I ask you to do this not because it's outside of your realm, but because it is within your realm. It affects people like us in this room, people of Rochester. It affects my mental health every day. And I ask that you do something about it because it is within your control. Having an opinion about this can change the world, and I need you to take a stand.
Debbie Zeker from the town of Pittsburgh will be followed by Cindy Christopher.
I am speaking on behalf of myself, Ellie Rosenblum, as well as Debbie Ziegler. I would like to start by saying that the City Council resolution really has no impact on anything overseas. In a time when we need to bring people together, this is just divisive. A divisiveness that I've heard here in this room over and over again with a lot of untruths. Why are we calling out Israel today? Have you called out Ukraine for defending herself? Defend the Israeli Defense Force, defending against unspeakable horrors of October 7th. I had the opportunity to hear these firsthand accounts by first responders at the UN in December. Their mangled bodies tell the story of rape and torture. Believe these women and girls. I do. I also believe the pain of my son's friend, Mia, who was among the first group of hostages that was released. I'm also speaking on behalf of Debbie, the executive director of Temple Beth El, a synagogue that has been in the city of Rochester for over 100 years and considers itself an important partner in this community. Someone who just returned from Israel and heard and saw the situation. I stand here today to share the story of a Palestinian who grew up in Gaza. He shared his story when I was in Israel just 2 weeks ago. He said Israel must keep fighting until they eliminate Hamas. If they don't, it will be a tragedy for all Israelis, but catastrophic for the Palestinians of Gaza. Here was a Palestinian speaking his truth, saying that destroying Hamas is critical for Palestinian security. The best thing for his family and friends in Gaza would not be a ceasefire, but rather the elimination of a terror group who is more concerned about the destruction of Israel than the safety and prosperity of its own citizens.
Will be followed by Nathan.
When I learned about the ceasefire resolution, I was gutted. I don't doubt the authors and supporters of this resolution care deeply about the innocent loss of life and all the accompanying horrors that impact a war-torn country. However, this resolution will do nothing to improve the lives of those impacted, but it tears at the hearts of the Rochester Jewish community, of which I am a part. I am one of the 80% of American Jews that feels an incredibly strong emotional connection to Israel. I and the vast majority of Jews here in Rochester have visited or have close family and friends in Israel. I viewed the Council's publicly displayed resolutions issued since 2023, which focus on local, regional, and federal issues. Yet now, when this body chooses to speak about a foreign conflict, it selects one of, if not the most complicated conflicts in the world. A resolution that seemingly equates Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East, with Hamas, a terrorist organization that only a few short months ago slaughtered 1,200 innocent civilians. This resolution suggests that a ceasefire by both entities will miraculously stop the suffering, when Hamas has clearly told the world again and again their goal is the destruction of Israel. This resolution goes on to describe the military operation as an incursion, rather than what it is, an act of self-defense in response to massacring, targeting civilians.
It's genocide!
Thank you. You are wrong. I'd like more time. You should probably read a book about genocide. Learn the definition.
Ladies and gentlemen, given the interruption, we're going to put another 10 seconds back on, and then Joe will start the clock. And then after that, we are going to take a bathroom break. a bathroom here. So,
That's allowed.
Everyone, if we can get silence again in the room, just for a moment, please. We'll wait to begin again until there's silence. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. This resolution falsely refers to Israel as a system of legalized racial segregation. In actuality, more than 20% of Israelis are Arab, who hold some of the highest government offices, are judges, doctors, lawyers, business leaders, and members of the IDF. And Israeli Jews are not all white. I am a white Ashkenazi Jew of Eastern European descent, but unlike me, the vast majority of Israeli Jews are people of color. They descend from the Middle East, Asia, and Africa. Like all democracies, Israel is not perfect, but they strive to be the beautiful, welcoming nation they are. And this resolution, which contains, thank you.
So with that, while there was a disruption, it was right at time.
Okay, I am a proud Zionist, and Zionist means that you believe in the right of Israel to exist.
We're going to take at least a 5-minute break. We promise to be as quick as possible. Back to the break.
I'm gonna see if I can play it.
We're making it through, huh? Slowly, I'm hanging in there. This is my longest. I've been hang on a second. Yes, all right, man.
Check, check, check. Check, check. I am Nathan Hirschberg.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue here. We have a few council members that may still be coming back from the restroom, but hopefully we're all here momentarily. But I would like us to continue. And Deputy Clerk?
All right, so we're going to pick back up with our next speaker. That's Nathan Hirschberg from the town of Brighton, and he'll be followed by Hanif Abdul-Wahid.
Check, check, check. My fellow Rochesterians, I am here today to share with you one message. It is to inform everyone in this room on what the term systematic anti-Semitism means. Systemic anti-Semitism is a term that perfectly sums up what the anti-Israel rhetoric is constructed upon. It is a term that unfairly and often unconsciously targets the Jewish state and the Jewish people. It is the aftermath of generational Jewish hate that we've all been witness to. I appreciate much of what Stanley has written in her message. What I cannot do in good conscience is support the contradictory resolution that was crafted 1 week after October 7th, the resolution which does not mention the hostages at all, and that suggests Israel is targeting civilians in violation of international law. Let's be clear, Hamas is targeting innocent civilians. Israel is targeting Hamas, the terrorist organization that occupies all of Gaza. All of Gaza. This is a war. And like every conflict in history, innocent people are suffering and dying. But to falsely claim and say this war or any Palestinian death during this war is a targeted attack on civilians is an example of the bias I'm referring to as systemic anti-Semitism. If the IDF wanted to wipe out Gaza, they would have done it already. No. As we speak, there are over 100 armed-going conflicts taking place around the world. People have said that. Yemen, Syria, hundreds of thousands of innocent people have died. Where is the ceasefire meeting? There is one simple answer: systemic anti-Semitism. To say that Israel is disproportionately attacking back, or what our generation now to is referring as genocide, for lack of better words, is despicable. It would be the same to say our Allied forces committed genocide when they invaded Germany in the 1940s, because the number of dead Germans vastly outweighed those of dead Americans. After one of the most horrific terrorist attacks in history, I would ask you, what should Israel do? There is one thing preventing another Holocaust, and that is the Israeli Defense Force. There are 20 Arab nations, there is one Jewish state. We are not dealing with a civilized government. We are dealing with a terrorist organization. How many more Palestinians must suffer until Hamas surrenders and gives their people what they need? Thank you, thank you.
Let the clock decide what the time is.
This ain't right, y'all know it's not. They've been doing it the whole time. Every single time y'all have targeted people for the behaviors, it's been us. They've been displaying the same behaviors. Y'all know that's not right.
You guys are racist.
Y'all know that's not right.
Hella racist. You guys will let white people say whatever they want to say about our lives.
Y'all know
that's when it comes the other way, you're completely senseless.
That's what Israel finds. That's what Israel has to find.
It's easy to laugh right now.
Hanif Abdul-Wahid. Michael Spivak.
Please don't start the clock. I need to make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me? No? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. As a proud American and a proud Israeli, I dream of the day that this war will end. And as a human, I'm devastated. My friend was murdered in a brutal and sickening terror attack by Hamas on October 7th. Hamas is a jihadist terror group committed to wiping Israel off the map and killing all Israelis, killing all Jews, and believe me, they will not stop there. They have openly stated this multiple times. They don't care how many Palestinians die in the process. Hamas has ruled Gaza for more than 15 years and could have built Gaza to be the envy of the world, but instead, Hamas keeps the people of Gaza in poverty and has continuously used billions of dollars in aid, concrete, and other resources to build terror tunnels and rockets aimed at Israeli cities. Hamas has broken every single ceasefire that it's ever had with Israel. There was a ceasefire in place on October 6th, and there was no Israeli presence in Gaza when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, murdering families in cold blood, taking hundreds of civilians as hostages. There can be no excuse for taking babies, women, and elderly as hostages. Do not demand a ceasefire while 134 innocent civilians, Arabs and Jews alike, are held hostage by the brutal terror group. Do not demand a ceasefire when any Palestinian who tries to oppose Hamas is threatened or killed. And most of all, do not demand a ceasefire when Hamas vows openly to commit many more crimes like October 7th. This resolution is a perfect example of the double standard that is unfairly being applied towards Israel. A vote for a ceasefire is a vote for terror and brutality, which is why I urge you all to oppose this resolution. Focus on the important pressing issues that are affecting your local Rochester constituents. Poverty, crime, education, these are all the things that you can make an impact on. Thank you.
Justin Goldman. Meredith Dragon. Meredith Dragon from Town of Brighton, and will be followed by James Munson.
My sweater says peace in Hebrew, shalom. There's nothing that I and many of us in this room want more than peace. Peace in our community and for our families, peace for the 134 remaining hostages, 80 of whom are American citizens, and one, the brother of a Rochester resident, held by Hamas for more than 5 months, and peace in the Middle East. The Rochester City Council ceasefire resolution is not peaceful, as you've seen here tonight. This resolution has the exact opposite effect. It brings division and hate to our community. It does not create peace in Israel or in Gaza, and it endangers our Jewish community, and this is far from peace. Your City Council mission statement reads, "The Office of the City Council supports the City of Rochester's mission, vision, and values, and governs the city through the enactment of local laws, ordinances, and resolutions. The mission of the City of Rochester is to make Rochester the best mid-sized city in the United States in which to live, raise a family, visit, and grow a business. Our city will be renowned for its safe neighborhoods, vibrant economy, educational excellence, customer service, and commitment to equity." Nowhere does it say that the Rochester City Council takes positions on international matters. That is the responsibility of the federal government. Taking time from important work like tonight is a terrible distraction and one that has no positive impact on our community or Israel and Gaza. If you're prepared to take on this international issue that pulls our community apart, are you also prepared to sign resolutions about the war Russia is currently waging on Ukraine, where more than 500,000 people have been killed and 5.2 million Ukrainian refugees are scattered about Europe? Or the 287 elementary students kidnapped last week in Nigeria. Gunmen are threatening to kill them if a ransom is not paid. Or the Sudan, where more people have died in the last 3 years than any conflict, and where nearly 6 million people live as refugees. Or the Uyghurs, a Muslim minority in China, where more than 1 million people have been tortured, subjected to forced labor, religious restrictions, even forced sterilization. China has committed genocide against the Uyghurs. Syria, Taiwan, Venezuela, and Iran, I could go on, but you get the picture. If you're not interested in passing resolutions about these major world conflicts happening right now, and yes, there are refugees from these places in our community right now, you need to ask yourselves, why are you entertaining this particular resolution?
James Munson. Sharon Gray. Daniel Cannell. Daniel Cannell is from the Town of Brighton and will be followed by Brandon Deeds.
Can you hear me? I am disheartened that Rochester City Council is still considering adopting resolutions demanding a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas that places the blame for the ongoing crisis in the region on Israel. These resolutions do not condemn Hamas as a terrorist organization and do not place the blame for the current war in Gaza squarely on Hamas for initiating the war on October 7th and breaking a standing ceasefire that was already in existence. The resolutions also do not recognize the 8 American citizens held in Hamas captivity or the 19 young women remaining in Hamas captivity who have been raped and tortured, many of whom are believed to be pregnant from these sexual assaults. The resolutions are anti-Semitic at their core. They demonize, delegitimize, and apply a double standard to Israel, the 3 Ds of anti-Semitism. If resolutions are adopted, City Council will be empowering terrorist sympathizers and Jew haters. I understand there's an argument for the disruption being caused by the Jew-hating pro-Hamas protesters will go away if these resolutions are quietly and quickly adopted. However, if history has taught us anything, it is that hate does not go away when appeased. It only goes stronger, more virulent, and dangerous. City Council would better serve those who care about the City of Rochester by using its valuable time and energy to, as you had been doing in the past, address effectively some of the problems we have right here in Rochester: crime, gun violence, poverty, the need for affordable housing, the list goes on and on. Resolutions like these promote anti-Semitic lies and foster and encourage hate. The pro-Hamas protesters are serving the agenda of those who would rather divide us than bring us together. Just imagine if City Council did not consider resolutions over a subject it had no jurisdiction or authority over, and instead it focused its valuable time and energy on pressing local needs in front of it. Most of us in this room could then find common ground to work together to solve local issues of local importance instead of arguing on matters of foreign policy, an area that City Council has no jurisdiction over. I'd much rather work together to solve the problems we have in front of us than to divide us by resolutions we have no authority over. Thank you.
Brandon Deeds, or Debes. Jocelyn Scheibel. From the town of Victor.
Yes.
And will be followed by Anna Nicole.
Okay. Is it okay if I face them? Are you okay with that? Okay. Hear me? Okay. If Hamas put down its weapons, there would be no more violence. If Israel put down its weapons, there'd be no more Israel. Israel is fighting for its survival. You speak of a disproportionate response? If Canada or Mexico were doing proportionately to us what Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon are doing, the equivalent of over 40,000 Americans would already have been murdered, raped, captured, or kidnapped, with hundreds of missiles fired into our communities daily. Imagine that happening here. What if the rest of the world was telling us to stop fighting, put down our weapons, let our country and our people be destroyed by those vowing, loudly and proudly, to kill every last one of us? Because that is what Hamas, Hezbollah, and the rest of the Islamist terrorist brothers want. They will not stop until Israel is gone and every Jew is dead. Another old saying, when someone says they want to kill you, believe them. And next come the Christians, because you too are infidels. They hate you only slightly less than they hate the Jews. American values make them sick, especially the liberal values we're proudest of. They hate the very thought of women driving, being educated, becoming professionals. They treat their LGBTQ sons and daughters with shame and banishment, or worse. They defile Christian holy places and deface American icons. The Israeli flag's already been stomped on by pro-Hamas supporters here in our city, and don't be surprised when the American flag comes next. No innocent child deserves to die, but for Hamas, every dead Palestinian child is another media victory to blame on Israel, even if those children die because their nursery school is a Hamas arsenal for missiles firing into Sderot or Ashkelon or Ashdod.
Richard Marcus is from the town of Pittsburgh and will be followed by Sokan Jabir.
So tonight's theme is, if I have it correctly, tonight's theme is ceasefire, right? Ceasefire now. And for ceasefire now, I assume that most people here are thinking that they want a ceasefire because they're concerned about innocent deaths of Palestinians. Ceasefire now for Hamas means something different. They don't really care about Palestinian deaths. They like Palestinian deaths, civilian deaths. What ceasefire now means for them is a retention of power in Gaza. That's what they want. They want to stay in power. They don't want to be wiped out in the southern part of Gaza. Hamas leaders have said that they plan to do October atrocities again and again. They're not concerned about a two-state solution. They just want a one-state solution. Their charter calls for the destruction of the state of Israel and the murder of all the Jews in the world. A recent plan proposed by the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and other countries called for a 6-week pause, the release of approximately 40 hostages and hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and major humanitarian aid to Gaza. Israel accepted. Hamas has not. I encourage the City Council to oppose this resolution.
Co-founder from the Town of Greece will be followed by Sidney Collins.
My name is Sofian Jabber. Good evening. I'm not just from the town of Greece. I was all my life in the city of Rochester. I was born and raised in Rochester, New York, to migrants of mother and father of Palestine. And I just want to say this is all about humanity at the end of the day. Let's forget the whole Zionist Israel state. Okay, I myself am Palestinian American that most of my life I grew up in Conkey Avenue, St. Paul, Clinton Avenue, in the worst areas. But I went there with peace and love. Therefore, the neighborhoods accepted me. Now Israel goes into Palestine with genocide, with hate, with apartheid, you know what I'm saying? And that's why, and they want to say that we're the only Israel state between all Muslim countries. Maybe you guys don't belong there if you guys don't feel comfortable. Maybe if you guys did the right thing, people would welcome you with open arms. You know what I'm saying? We as Palestinians do not hate Jews. We love Jews. Jews are our family. They're our friends. Okay? It's the Zionist racist regime that we hate. So please, vote for a ceasefire. Okay? And if you don't want to vote for a ceasefire, then just stop arming Israel. And us Palestinians will free ourselves from Israel. We don't need nobody to back us up. We can back ourselves up. Just stop funding Israel. That's all we ask at the end of the day. I'm Palestinian American, and I was a proud American. I'd go to Palestine, and they wouldn't accept me because what America does to the state of Palestine. Okay? So please, let me remain to be a proud Palestinian American, okay, before I just, honestly say, back to Palestine I go, and it's Hamas. It's not Hamas, it's Hamas that are freedom fighters, okay? They're fighting for their freedom. That's all it is. Please vote for a ceasefire, please. Free Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Okay? And as long as I'm alive, my kids are alive, our Palestinian flag will fly high. I promise you that. Ceasefire now. From the river to the sea.
Can we get order back in the room, please?
Sidney Collins. Jesse Vega.
Always and forever.
Jesse Vega. Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan is from Town of Brighton and will be followed by Jackie McGriff.
My name is Jacob. My name is Jacob Mualim. I'm here speaking on behalf of Matt Ryan with his permission, if that's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not allowed to allow
thank you.
speakers to speak on behalf of someone. Thank you.
Jackie McGriff here. Jackie McGriff is from the town of Highlight and will be followed by Dania Subed.
All right. Can y'all hear me back there? All right, cool beans. All right, so hello, council members. Concerning the Business Improvement District, I want to focus specifically on the people. That is why you ran for this seat, to represent the people. What the rich property owners who are on the RDDC are interested in are not the people, but rather to fill their pockets with more money at the expense of residential tenants as well as small business owners. All over the country, we are seeing the mandatory fee for having a bid that's passed to landlords is forced upon tenants, which we see time and time again drives residents and business owners out. These same property owners would bring in the same bland franchises that we're seeing all over. We don't need another Starbucks, who we are boycotting, by the way, because they are against union building, which are for the people, and fired employees who dared to speak out for a ceasefire and a free and unoccupied Palestine. We would not be looking at these situations if there was no occupation of Palestine by the state of Israel since 1948. Getting back to small businesses, they are the heart and the backbone of our community. Our people are the backbone and heart of our community. Do not advocate for or vote for this bid. Advocate for the people. It's people over profit all day, every day. It's people over profit. Right now, while our government continues to fund the Israeli occupation forces' salaries and universal health care, which we have yet to see in this country, with our tax dollars, they are sending military aid and weaponry to Israel so that Israel can continue bombing entire Palestinian bloodlines, forcibly starve Palestinians, and putting Palestinian men, women, and children into prison for either no reason or daring to resist occupation. So if you're going to release the hostages, you free the Palestinian prisoners. Resistance is justified when people are occupied. Stop the bid, put pressure on our state and federal reps for a ceasefire now, support the vacancy study, and pause the assessments. Free Palestine.
From the town of Gates, who should be followed by Amber.
How you fucking Ooh. Okay, is it working? Okay. No, it's on, right? Okay. I want to start by saying free Palestine from the terrorist state of Israel. My name is Dania and I'm 22 years old and I'm a daughter of a first-generation Palestinian immigrants. I refuse to be silent on the horrors Israel has committed against my people. My family was forcibly pushed out of their homes in 1948 in the capital of Palestine, which is Jerusalem, by the Zionist terrorists and colonizers who stole their homes and reclaimed them as their own. Israel was created by the burning and the pillaging of Palestinian villages. Israel was created by the murder of our men, our women, and our children. They raped our women and stuffed our children in ovens. Every Israeli lie spoken today was indeed a confession to their own crimes. Sorry. Shut up. There has been an ongoing and nonstop occupation of Palestine since 1948 and has altered Palestinian lives for generations. We Palestinians have not known any peace at the cost of the racist and apartheid Israeli regime that has built and continued to build their false statehood on the blood and on the graves of indigenous Palestinians. Today, the violence by the hands of the Israeli government is only escalating further, killing in cold blood, murdering in cold blood over 30,000 Palestinians in Gaza, men, women, and children whose only crime was ever being a Palestinian. It is not a crime to be Palestinian. It is an honor to be Palestinian. I'm not scared to stand up here and stand up for my country. I feel so much empathy for my people because I know what they go through. I lived in Palestine. I've seen it with my own eyes. The racism, the colonialism, how they steal our land. Oh, I thought it was done. How they steal our land and they continue to lie and lie and lie. This is not about being a Jew. This is not about being a Muslim. It's about being a human. You don't go steal, kill, and murder, and rape, and then come in here and say, they're doing that to us. That's how you created the state of Israel. That's how you created it. By killing, by murdering children. Everything you said today is the stuff you guys started with. So remember that.
Amber James here?
before the next speaker, I would like to ask, please, everyone in the room, if you could address council. This is Speak to Council, and we would appreciate if you would address the council moving forward. Thank you.
All right, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Cool. So, I won't be complicit in genocide. What about all y'all? Next up, I want all of you. I'm sure you all know a 6-year-old girl, be it one of your own children, grandchild, niece, daughter of a loved one, or a friend. And I want you to think of them as I tell you this story. This is the story of Hind Rajib. She was a 6-year-old Palestinian girl. She watched her entire family be killed around her in an attack by Israeli forces as they were trying to flee Gaza. Her story went viral when she spent 3 hours on the phone with the Red Crescent workers begging for people to come rescue her after her cousin was heard identifying tanks surrounding them, then falling silent after a single scream. After 3 hours, the phone conversation is cut off and nobody knows exactly what happened after that. An analysis of satellite images shows that there were 3 Israeli tanks surrounding the car under 1,000 feet away from the car with their guns pointed directly at it.
Can I pause for a moment? Pause. Folks in the hallway, if you can hear me, please, or can we close the door, security? Thank you. I'm going to give you another 5 seconds before I give you back. Just want to make sure we can hear you. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Thank you. Okay.
The car was riddled with bullet holes once rescue service could approach without harm. Ambulances tried approaching the car previously to allow them to rescue her after they had to beg the Israeli military for hours to even allow an ambulance anywhere near the car. The 2 ambulance workers were later found with their bodies completely mutilated, and the ambulance was destroyed and ran over by a tank. Imagine now if Hind was that little girl that I told you to imagine at the beginning of this. Can you imagine how terrified she would be? Her entire family was dead. She was begging to be rescued, and instead she became one of the over 12,000 children that have died as a result of this genocide. That tank fire that killed Hind and her family? Likely one of the emergency tank ambush supply shipment orders that Biden approved to be sent to the Israeli military. If anything, do it for Hind. Approve Resolution MR001024, ceasefire now, free Palestine. All we're asking is, in the words of Aaron Bushnell, don't be complicit in genocide.
Matthew Gould here. Ital Shaul. Jules Reinhardt. Seja Jaber. Yes. Seja Jaber from the town of Greece.
It's my dog.
And will be followed by Gail Schneider.
I just want to say, I know everyone's tired and they're ready to go home, and I'm sorry that this genocide is being such an inconvenience to all of your lives. I want to say Ramadan Mubarak to all the Muslims in here. We are fasting throughout the day to appreciate the pain of hunger while our brothers and sisters in Gaza are left without food or water at all and are facing relentless bombardment and have been facing ethnic cleansing for not only the past few months, but for over 75 years at the hands of the Israeli and American governments. Here we are still fighting for their right to exist. As our loved ones and our land is being annihilated, we are forced to live with the legislators who post their empathy for Israel and fly this terrorist state's flag outside of legislative buildings, but show no empathy for Palestinians, even though over 30,000 Palestinians have been murdered, half being children and 1,000 more under the rubble right now. We are begging for the calling of a ceasefire as we're tired of seeing our people enduring the genocide right before all of our eyes. As City Council, I am urging the immediate call to a ceasefire and for our complicity in this genocide to come to an end. We are tired of seeing children get their limbs amputated with no anesthesia. We are tired of seeing our people starve to death, and if they're not being bombed now, they are being killed by the fatal way that they are dropping aid on their people with no parachutes, just straight down from airplanes. Ceasefire now, and from the Jordanian River to the Mediterranean Sea, Palestine will be free.
Gail Schneider. Gail Schneider here.
Mr. President, if you would, I just want to acknowledge
your hearing of this meeting tonight. You did a wonderful job, sir. And I just want to acknowledge that. And staff, the police officers, security, every one of you, we got through over 150 speakers here tonight. Regardless of where you are on this issue, the fact of the matter is all of your voices matter. And we want to make sure that all of your voices were heard. I want to thank you, Mr. President, for how you handled this, and staff and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have reached the end of our Speak to Council. This is probably a record Speak to Council. I would like to thank everyone for joining us tonight and for providing the opportunity for each other to speak.
Don't need your pen, sign the ceasefire resolution, that's all we want. Ceasefire now! No pens needed, buddy. No pens needed whatsoever.